It's not like he's hurried through the crease. It's at the point of delivery that everything uncoils and comes out. But here we go.
Deliveries outside the off stump. Pace off that delivery on that occasion and bouncing in front of the wicket keeper. Not able to get down and behind it, allowing the ball through for a bye, as now will be signaled by umpire Chris Johnson. Chris Johnson, the umpire standing at the southern end of the ground, out of the UK, Chris Johnson, and he is accompanied in the middle by Tremaine Prescott, one of our own up-and-coming young umpires here in Barbados. So,
The second run was aborted because the non-striker, in trying to turn, he actually went upside down. So, yeah.
well, I was more paying attention to the ball and the guy coming from the looking to come back for the second run, who is now going to be on strike. Looking at this, there's a slip of gully, a backward point to cover, a mid-off, mid-on quite straight, mid-wicket, and the man just behind square. There's also a third man in place, as number 45 is outside the off stump, and watching it pitch wide of the off stump, the batsman just shoulders arms and allows it through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, it's a very organized feel indeed. Even before when they were doing their warm-up, and I'm impressed with what I've seen so far. For some old fogies, geriatrics out here enjoying the Caribbean sun.
Well, I am not going to join you in that description, but
But I'm 54 and I'm an old fogey too.
well, I'm a lot older than 54 myself. But I am not prepared to mouth it. Chipping, missing his run there somewhat, and chipping before he persists and continues to bowl. But it was a good delivery though. One pitched right upon the off stump, the batsman having to come down on it. Squeezes it out into the offside. Again, there is no run. So the runs have been coming at a trickle so far. The bowling has been tight. And nice hazy sunshine. Some cloud about, but nothing threatening at the moment. As a full toss, full pitch delivery right up into the black hole once again. And again, the batsman coming down on it, and that man at cover having some work to do, having to come down hard on that delivery, bouncing up towards the man at cover. Yeah. And again, a dot goes into the score sheet.
And the breeze isn't more than cooling, so the actual impact of a crosswind is not really going to affect
Not
the play
much
as
of
the
a
over
breeze.
comes to an end. So
Not much of a breeze, in fact. Still quite fairly humid here. As I think that would be the end of the fifth over. 5 overs gone. And it's 12 without loss. The West Indies invited to bat by USA in this, the Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup. Match today, one of 4 being conducted across the island of Barbados. And this one featuring I guess one would have to say the hosting West Indies.
there's also a West Indies A team.
There's a West Indies A team.
If I can bring back up my notes from our boss, Mr. Hackett, the actual over at the BNOC, I passed there earlier, and they were trying to get that game started, but at both ends of the run-ups, on both ends, were a bit waterlogged. So this is Group A, and Wales are playing India at the Police Ground, weather permitting, and here at the Windward Ground, the USA up against the West Indies, and in Group B, that's where Canada and the West Indies A are at the BNOC ground, and at Wanderers, England and the UAE, and the first wicket goes down.
Mohsin Khan strikes with his very first delivery, the first bowling change made, and with his first delivery, he's having the batsman coming onto the front foot. The ball seems to have stuck in the pitch somewhat, attempting to play through the line, and the ball not really coming on to the bat as he would have hoped, and having to succeeded only in offering a very simple catch to the man at extra cover, and that was the first wicket to go.
And that was the first, let's say, attempt to step on the gas, but the timing wasn't quite there.
Well,
And
yes, as I said, it appears as if not giving himself a chance really to assess the new bowler, the bowling change. Well, obviously, the left arm spinner being replaced by right arm medium pace, and the ball, as I mentioned, somewhat sticking in the crease, in the pitch itself, and the resulted in the batsman probably playing a bit too early to that delivery.
And again, the fielder didn't have that much to do. That's called bowling to your field.
Very much so. The fielder didn't have to move, so we have that wicket. Mohsin.
Mohsin is the bowler.
Yes.
Yes. Hi, this is Jamal here again. As you know, Mohsin is one of experienced cricket player. Mohsin has played first division cricket in Australia and US, and played inter-hotel, cricket in Australia. Over 600 wickets and over 10,000 runs, and he's taken 7 hat-tricks. That's why he got a first wicket on his first ball.
Ball and
On his first tour of Barbados? A lot of firsts here.
Yes, very handy record, Martin.
Yes.
So
And the thing about that is when you're on tour, you're more likely to have to put something in the kitty for taking the first of anything. And it's almost as though they can smell blood in the water vein, because the next ball, and they're already appealing again. Suppose, typical for the fall of a wicket, the tails are up. But the scenario is usually the case of a top order man goes, and then Wayne Holder comes in to bat, and they are sorry that they got the opener out, because here comes Wayne Holder to swing that willow. Well, we shall see. Oh no, Wayne. If I look over the tree line from the east, what we see is not good, and there's been a definite dip in the temperature. The RAIN, Wayne, is looking to threaten from the eastern end.
Stifled
Well,
appeal
that's
for
interesting.
LBW there as the batsman scamper a leg by. Ball obviously angling down the leg side, hitting the batsman high on the back pad, and the batsman getting through for one more to the total. That total being
I'm impressed. That's
moving
gone to
up
13 now.
13 for one in the sixth over. An appeal for leg before wicket again, and up goes the umpire.
Slow death.
Slow raising of the finger by umpire Prescott, as that one breaching the defense of the left-hander. Is that Bideshi? I think it's Sadeo who has been dismissed, and the USA get their second scalp by the LBW route, and despite a quite slow start, but it's also wickets falling quite quickly, losing 2 wickets quite early, the West Indies team, Martin. So they haven't been scoring, and it's been losing wickets.
And again, some relatively accurate bowling, and you perish, you miss a hit. 13 for 2, and we see the West Indies skipper Lashley. He's padded up and ready to go in, but we shall see. Hopefully that we'll get in enough cricket for a result. Even as I speak, it's starting to get noticeably darker for 10 minutes to 11 Barbados time in the morning. So. And the over isn't finished yet. When he's still got what, 2 more balls remaining in the over, maybe 3.
Actually, just the one delivery left.
Okay, 1 more.
So it's 13. It is for the loss of 2 wickets. So the new player, Johnson, clips this one off his pad, gets a single. Slight misfield there by Bashir. Yeah. So that single of the final delivery of the 6th over makes the West Indies 14 for the loss of 2 wickets, and a successful start for the bowler Bideshi, Martin.
Yeah, well, not knowing the depth and capability of the US team, let's hope that they've got other bowlers, but from what we have seen so far, the rotation, it's good enough, and they're getting it. After stifling the run flow, they managed to prize out 2 wickets so far, so they're doing their job.
So Humayun Bashir to continue, 3 overs for 5 runs so far, very, very economical. He'll be bowling to Brian Johnson, tall right-handed batsman, who will be facing up his second delivery. He's already on 1 as Bashir is outside the all-stump. Johnson coming onto the front foot, picking up the line and allowing it through to the wicketkeeper. And again, we see this very good carry through to the wicketkeeper, Martin.
Smooth action, nice line, and Johnson wise enough to leave that one alone, because otherwise it might have been bringing the keeper, and it's now 2 slips. Yep.
Well, that has influenced the captain. Like I mentioned, that bounce and carry has influenced the captain to bring in a second slip. Again, this delivery is outside the all-stump. Johnson thrusting that front pad, picking up the line, allowing it through to the keeper. So we've got 2 slips in the gully in place now. Quite attacking field as it's become a bit more overcast. It's become a bit cooler here. One can actually feel the change in the temperature as it's gotten a lot cooler, and it's gotten a bit duller also. Here comes Bashir, and Johnson onto the back foot and beaten by 1. I believe that ball might have been the one coming the other way, darting back into the right-handed batsman. Luckily for him, though, the bounce was carrying it over the top of the stump. So
from our view, square on, it looked a bit higher than the requirement for LBW.
Well, yes, very, very much so. So definitely not even an appeal coming from the fielding side as Bashir is in again. This time, no, that is what I call circumspect. The batsman very suspicious of that delivery, pulling the bottom hand away. Almost caught on the crease also. No, neither back nor forward.
The guy of the bowler giving him a couple going away, and then the one that nipped back in, and then a little pace off and a slightly different length, and forcing him onto the back foot again.
So Johnson under some pressure here. And this time he's playing an inadvertent guide down into the slips, because there he was looking to pull his bat out of the way of the delivery, the ball taking the face of the bat and running, fortunately for him, all along the ground to the fielder at second slip. So continues to be tested.
From the Courtney bowling. Walsh School of Leave Alone.
Some excellent bowling here by Bashir, though. It's been causing plenty of problems. As once again we are greeted with some bright sunshine. So Johnson going the
and
Johnson choosing to throw everything at that, throw his hands at the delivery, pitched up wide of the all stump and getting it high over backward point, the ball bouncing and plugging and not really running into the boundary, so we did not get the first boundary of the innings. But in the meantime, the batsman came back for 3. So some desperate measures by Brian Johnson at the end of the over. At the end of over number 7, it's 17 for 2.
Yeah, he enjoyed the ability to free his arms there with a bit of width. And as he was saying, golf, he got his 9 iron out. It went higher than it went longer. But for half a centenarians, they managed to get 3 brisk runs in there in a period of time.
Well, yes, that one. This is the Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup. This match between West Indies and USA. And we are at the Windward Cricket Club in St. Philip, Barbados, on the south eastern side of the island, but more east than south. But we are going to see now the successful bowler who has taken both of the wickets. That's Mohsin Khan is going to continue. Picked up 2 wickets for 1 run in his very first over. So he's going to continue. He's going to be bowling to Brian Johnson. Johnson, who is on 4. And bowling a quickish off spin, Martins, bordering on medium pace, but bowling very, very quickly, pushing the ball through and trajectory very flat.
Close to being fast through the air.
Very flat and a very flat.
An economical run up, not pushing off from the sight screen.
Wicket to wicket. Waits now Johnson. And this one is on the leg stump. Back of a length on this occasion. Again, Johnson playing it somewhat suspiciously as the ball bounces awkwardly onto his hip and pulling that bottom hand away and dropping it down square on the onside. So safely.
And you've got a square leg and a back. Two fielders on
Down
the
the leg
onside,
side.
yes.
This is again down the leg side. The ball eluding the keeper. Must have touched the high on the thigh pad though, because umpire Prescott signals a leg by.
Yeah.
Ball
I was looking at the onside field there.
Well, yes, a heavily populated one would notice. Short fine leg, then there's a man backward of square, then there's a forward square leg, a short straight mid wicket, and then the mid on, who is quite deep, is now being brought
in, yes.
into
So
just at the edge of the circle.
somebody has been doing their homework, because those are the scoring areas for Johnson.
Khan into bowl, and this time the batsman coming on to the front foot. That batsman being Narayan Badeshi. Not yet off the mark, Badeshi. 18 for 2 over number 8 of 45. Game 45 overs per side. Competition it is. And despite the late start, still endeavoring to get in the
45.
full 45 allotment. No reduction in the overs, as this one is pitched up, driven hard into the ground, bouncing up to the fielder at cover. And again, Narayan is unable to get off the mark. Narayan Badeshi. The wickets to fall, those of Maraj, who was caught by Sihara off Mohsin Khan for 5, and Rajendra Sadio, he went for 3 also off Khan. It's bowling as this one striking him on the pad, and given the umpires raises the finger. That is the benefit of bowling wicket to wicket, Martin. The batsman coming onto the front foot, not getting any bat onto it whatsoever. The ball striking him on the front pad, and the umpire with little hesitation gives
The slow death again.
Mohsin Khan what is his 3rd wicket.
Yep, and I'm telling you this. The batsman, unfortunately, was somewhat between flummoxed and bamboozled. He had no idea whatsoever about that one. But again, it's as you say, these USA bowlers have been sticking to the task and bowling wicket to wicket.
Seems to be from this Martin bowling a fast off cutter. That seems to be the stock ball coming from Mohsin Khan, and his 2nd leg before a verdict that he has won.
And the other thing I was making note of, going back through my dusty catalogue, they play mostly on matting in America. Recently they've been getting the true grass pitches. As as you can well imagine, in 2026 it is the next edition of the ICC World Cup.
2024, in fact.
The next edition of
yes,
the
T20 World Cup
will
hosted
be
by USA
hosted and
in conjunction with the West Indies.
the West Indies. So we'll see how that goes.
And the facilities in the United States are already under preparation.
And we had the various T20 tours when Tendulkar and Warney toured some of the hotspots. Texas.
And we've had a number of our actual one-day T20 international games generally played in Florida.
Lauderhill, yes.
Lauderhill in Florida, and I think there are a couple of other facilities coming on stream in time for that T20 World Cup in 2024. Quite an exciting time for US cricket in the USA.
Well, again, the ICC sees us as the cricket of the Americas, so it is fitting that America would have some input into that.
Another over, 18 it is for 3 after 8 overs. So Bashir starting the 9th over. An unchanged spell for him.
Yeah.
Up to this point, bowling what will be his 5th over.
So let us hope that my suspicion that he's the main bowler, keeping it tight.
Here he comes. And this
Through
one
the
is
gap.
driven powerfully up and over the cover and down to the boundary. It goes for the first boundary of the match.
And he's probably happy for that generous offer, because the bowler has been going from the start, and maybe he's starting to flag a little now. But with the fall of the wickets and the low scoring, I'm sure that he won't mind continuing on, unless, of course, there's nobody else left back in the kitty to bowl after him.
Well, he floated that one outside the off stump, and Johnson quite keen to get onto the front foot and play anything that gives him the room that allows him that width.
Free those arms.
Outside the off stump.
Meat
So
and drinks.
it's prompted a change in the field. We've now got a man deep at cover, just about 10 meters in from the deep cover boundary. As this delivery is beating him outside the off stump, squaring him up on that occasion. Great comeback by the bowler, Bashir.
Regular service has been resumed. That was the line and the length that had been nagging and troubling Johnson before. You do not go into the lab. You don't experiment. You keep it there. If no runs are scoring, the batsman is going to have to reach into their bag of tricks and try something different or unorthodox to get runs scored.
22 for 3. As this fluctuating weather conditions of morning, we now got bright sunshine again. As this one is outside the off stump, driving hard along the ground, beats the man there at backward point, and the batsmen are going to come back for a second run. That fielder that I mentioned at deep cover having to run around some 20 meters to his left.
A naughty bit of running between the wickets there, because Johnson, as they said, turned blind. His eye wasn't kept on the ball in the deep. He was making sure he made good his ground. Obviously good enough to get back there safely for the second run. But you don't want the youngsters, if they're tuning into cricket, to see that version of turning with your back to the ball where you don't keep your eye on it,
Another change in the field now. That deep cover has now gone to a deep point, and the man at point has come into a short extra cover position, turned into the onside and goes for a quick single. Excellent running, good awareness by the non-striker. Johnson coming onto the front foot and taking the weight off the shot as he dropped it into the onside. The fielder behind square was caught napping more or less on his heels, and the non-striker picking up that the run was available and calling his partner Johnson through, that non-striker being Sahadio. So it is Anthony Sahadio. So he is going to come in to strike now. Left-handed batsman. And the field makes the necessary adjustment for the left-hander. 25 for 3, one delivery left in the 9th over. West Indies batting, having been invited to do so by the USA after winning the toss.
How would they have known, coming all the way from the USA, that today and this pitch at Windward, when you win the toss, you send the opponents in?
Well, there's something called reconnaissance, Martin. We're not so sure if they might have done theirs. They may have They might also have been influenced by the weather conditions. There has been some rain about, some cloud about, some moisture in the surface. So that might also have influenced the decision.
Of course, Spence is with them as well. Spencer, who's formerly played for the police team, and he's here as a spectator. But he might have provided some local intel, as they say.
Well, yes, they might have done the recce and known of, but the pitch itself is not going to change a lot in complexion. It's the windward pitch, always known for nice generous bounce, good carry through to the keeper, coming onto the back quite nicely. And
Yeah, and apparently, if you actually play up and down the line, you can also make runs and wait on the odd ball to go
well, it's
into your
25.
sweet zone.
Three, scoring at a rate of 2.76 runs per over. A delivery again, bouncing off a good length, and Johnson for the umpteenth time pulling that bottom hand away,
And sacrificing the top hand.
well, showing good technique though, actually, because he's been able to get on top of the deliveries and keep them
He kept it
into
down.
into the ground. Not that there are any fielders lurking around at the short leg or silly point positions.
And it's nice to see you still
Outside
able
the-
to make your flexing and bending like a wicket keeper when you take a closer look at the electronic scoreboard in front of us here by the scorer. And I'm not going to accuse you of playing musical chairs with our chief of staff.
Production manager. 25 for 3.
One of
over
these
number
days we're
10.
going to have to do it behind the scenes. But it's nice to be here and sharing what we're looking at. And that one, I have to wait and see what the umpire signals. Boys,
Well, that one beat everybody. It was a cleverly disguised slower ball by Bashir, and Johnson going for
Way
that
early.
big heave down the ground, and it looked quite ungainly. He missed it, and the keeper was also
Just
put
nice.
off by it, and he wasn't able to lay a hand on it, and the result. So one more to the total, 26 for 3, but very good slower ball.
the reaction
by-
of the keeper is one of those that he probably thought it would have bowled Johnson because he didn't, as you say, react like if it came off the bat,
Yeah,
or
might
that he could have stopped it from going all the way down almost for 4
might have been
buys.
quite close to the stumps, but excellent control and some clever guile on the part of the bowler Bashir, who has looked very, very good. I mean, just look at it. His
He's got the
figures
3
alone
wickets.
will tell you. His 3 wickets he has taken, 3 wickets for just the 1 run, Martin, and this is in fact his 3rd over. Windward Club, Martin, over 100 years old. This club established in
101?
1921.
Mhm.
So just 101 years old. Wasn't always at this location though. I'll tell you some more as this delivery is driving, but not timing it as well as he might have wanted to, and the ball just trickling out to mid-off. So one more dot ball sent down by Bashir. And the total 26 for 3.
Yes, the Windward Club, not only a cricket club, but the lawn tennis, and they played a bit of hockey as well.
This one on top of the off stump. The batsman coming onto the front foot and steering it down square on the off side. So the end of another excellent over by Bashir. And this time he's just 3 overs, 1 run, 1 maiden. 3 overs, 2 maidens for just the 1 run, and he has picked up all 3 of the wickets. It's 26 for 3 after 10, the West Indies.
Hmm. And in terms of a club and club life, those were the days when they were, not necessarily only specified you when you were a cricketer, Martin, you were a footballer, Philip, you're a hockey player, and everybody played a bit of everything. So,
Well, yes, and the club, as I was mentioning,
1921.
initially formed 1921, originally located just to the west of us, a few hundred meters away to the west in Congo Road, until it is being moved. This facility built in 1971, so
yeah.
just about another.
I think they wanted to get a
51
little bit
years.
away from the actual Bushy Park cemetery, which is on the other aspect of Congo Road.
Well, yes, but this ground now this actual facility here established in 1971. So it basically divides the club's history into two halves, more or less.
First half century,
Congo Road would have been there for 50 years.
Lucas Street.
And now Lucas Street in its 51st. So we've got the left arm spin of
Well, regardless of the
Pandya,
spinner's name, he's managing to
Sanjay
hit his marks
is
immediately.
bowler. Bowling left arm orthodox around the wicket outside the off stump, cut away to that man at backward point, getting a nice generous bounce and fielding cleanly. There is no run.
Yeah, he's managing to keep the batsman honest.
Umpire Johnson out of Newcastle in the USA tells me he lives in Leicester at the moment. Off the back foot, cracked away down to that sweeper position.
Well, I'm going to put on my
Deep
other
square
hat.
cover.
Leicester, defying all the odds to have won the English Premier League. And I know you're an Alan Shearer fan, so you would remember when Newcastle should have been up in there doing it as well. And they're in the top four, or at least they were over the weekend,
Doing
in
quite
the English
well.
Premier League.
Doing quite well. I think Leicester going down to the big man team, though, the Manchester City over the weekend, just gone.
Yeah, you have to be careful at this time, just at the midpoint of that English Premier League. A lot of banana peels and slippery slope games.
27 for 3. Pandya.
Changed. It's going over now.
The batsman Sahadio onto the front foot, turning it away to backward square leg for an easy single. So the runs have not been exactly flowing from the bats of the West Indies batters, but
So we've been advised that Mohsin is coming from the northern end.
yes, we know that.
Right.
And it's Pandya as the bowler here. So Martin, at the end of this over, we
Oh no, I'm not going to let you go. I'm going to stay here and enjoy your company for a little bit longer. But we know Lindy Yard is
come in
getting some
turn.
details ahead of coming in to join, and then you'll switch out with him. I'm not worried about that
Single
at all.
to Johnson.
But I run a tight ship here. I'm not giving you permission. You want to take a break, you're not allowed.
Johnson up to 12 with that single. Is it? Actually 13 with that single. The total 29 for 3 at the end of the over. That over being number 11. So 11 of the 45 completed. And the West Indies batting first. 29 for 3.
Yeah, and the game has gained some momentum after the fairly slow start. There's something dropped from you there, Ben. I think that's your pen cover. There you go. Funny that I can see stuff like that and I can't quite make out the numbers on the backs of the shirts.
Maybe you're nearsighted, Martin.
Or at least I know what a pen cover looks like. But yes, the tempo of the game has been ebbing and flowing after a fairly sedate start. The runs still are not flowing as much as we're accustomed to in, as they call it, pajama cricket, in this modern era of colored clothing and a very highly optically efficient ball. It's not a pink one.
Well, it is a big one.
I think they call that signal red. That's the sort of thing that the black box in an airplane is of that color.
Okay, this is something of an education for myself as far as a cricket pundit. I just know it as a pink ball.
Yeah, but the pink balls usually are pinker for the day and night cricket. But These ones are.
Can again.
Yeah.
And he's
I thought you were going to
outside
tell
the
me that you didn't know that the black box in an airplane was actually not black.
Neither did I know that. Neither did I know that.
Yeah.
That's hence the reason for acknowledging the education.
And Mr. Yard is making sure he's fully warmed up and getting his lines and lengths in order before relieving you of the opening spell. Oh, cut away.
Down to third man. One, they're going to come back for a second. The ball pulls up before the fielder from backward point is able to intercept. But a couple more to Johnson.
Was that an educated edge?
Not so much an edge. I think that ball came off the face of the bat, but he was looking to probably play it a lot square. The ball rushing onto him and running between the slip and that man at backward point.
So going behind him rather than going
But
square at
slightly
the
inadvertent,
45.
but not necessarily off the edge.
And that is the pace being generated by the bowler,
Well,
even in the deception of a slowish approach
As I
for the
mentioned,
delivery.
bowling medium pace off cutters. I think that's the only way that I might be able to describe it.
A fast off-break bowler.
A faster off break bowler. Another way of putting it.
Yes.
He slip. No push back. Slip in a no man's land because we've got a slip who is actually walking in with the bowler. He's in a slip position. He's not quite at short third man, not quite at slip.
So I'm getting the feeling that Lyndon is going to come at the end of this over because he's right there. But I wanted to ask you the difference as a wicketkeeper being right up there to the bowler or standing back. And this has put extra pressure on the batsman.
Well, at this pace, any keeper worth his salt would want to stand up to the wicket, push in the air, catch is put down. Now taking the pace of that delivery on that occasion, Mohsin, and again deceiving Johnson on the legs, and Johnson thrusting his arms at the ball, getting it looping up to that man at the very short mid-on, straightish mid-wicket position. The ball falling, the fielder also falling and unable to grasp the catch, low catch.
Bowler lulling the batsman into thinking that it's going to come on a bit more. It held up a bit in the pitch and he went hard at it. And I almost thought the bowler was going for a cotton ball, and it died just in front of the fielder.
You said died, but it was dying. But I think he would have gotten his hands under the ball, but unable to hold on as he hit the turf. So a single, fortuitous single to Johnson. He's 60, and the score is 32 for 3 outside the All-Star.
That's a wide. Exaggerated by the batsman with that extravagant essay of a square cut. He was going to slap that one, but he let it through to the keeper as it was wide. Spoiling his copybook, as they would say, though, the bowler, because he was really bowling a tidy. Maybe he's a little ruffled by the chance put down just now.
3 wickets under his belt. Was a full toss and looking to help it away to the onside.
Outfield is helping them. Doesn't get to the boundary.
Edge.
The USA flag is blocking our view, but I stepped behind it.
The batsman got a couple of runs. The umpire signals no ball. I think that would have been for height. That ball,
Above the
high
waist,
full
yeah.
toss above the waist, and not really capitalizing fully on it. The batsman Sahadio, but he getting a couple of runs off the top edge.
So that's 2 deliveries after they dropped catch, and it seems to have disturbed the bowler.
Well, yes, he got that one wrong, got the radar wrong on that occasion. I think now his figures showing some nine runs from his bowling so far in what is in fact his 4th over. And someone shouting from the West Indies camp, free hit.
That's the skipper Lashley.
Reminding the batsman that free hit, meaning that how many ways can you be out to a free hit, Martin?
As far as I remember, the only way is run out.
And obstructing the field, I think there's a second option. I think it's only run out or obstructing the field. But
I often wonder why obstructing the field comes into it, because it takes a fairly unsportsmanlike act and willful intent to obstruct the field.
Well, that has to
Why
be.
would you do something to someone that you wouldn't legally want done to you?
Well, that is a judgment to be made by the officials on the field. So
That's why in the preamble they talk about the spirit of the game. But those are days long gone now. I'm not an active umpire.
outside the off stump and not a wide called on this occasion though.
So the free hit
So
comes
still
again.
the free hit.
So it's one of the things about it. Some versions of the game, those would have counted as 2 runs, and you just bowl the same 6 deliveries, regardless of whether they were wide or otherwise. In the
Again,
interest
he's
of time.
swinging and missing again. It's so wide.
So definitely ruffled and disturbed.
Well,
Yes.
slight loss of control, prolonging my stay here, my stint here.
You got him 3 wickets, Wayne. He wouldn't want to come off with you.
This time he's going for another
In it.
wild
So
swing.
that one
and
contacted
the ball coming off the inner edge of the bat onto the pad.
pads,
It's
yes.
just dying away into the on side of the pitch. The bowler follows through and picks up. Again, there's no run. So just the 2 wides coming out of that. No ball, that free hit. 39 for 3. 1 delivery left in over number 12. Mohsin. Pitched up, driven up
Crisp.
to extra cover. They're going to go for the run as the fielder falls away to his right. I was almost tempted to say a dive, but that was a fall more than a dive.
In slow motion.
A single of the final delivery of the over, nonetheless. That was over number 12. It's 40 for 3. Brian Johnson is there, not out on 16. And with him is Sahadio on 4. 40 for 3. After 13 overs, West Indies, after winning the toss, electing to bat. And after some comments from Martin, the next voice you'll hear from this end will be that of Lyndon Yard.
Yes. Thank you, Wayne. Excellent over. Excellent opening spell, I meant to say. And hopefully your 3 wickets were appreciated, as I welcome Lyndon Yard, my colleague from various other activities.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
Oh no,
Martin.
of
Good
cricket, of a
morning
cricket
to
nature.
listeners and viewers. An overcast day here at the Winners Ground, with the news that the West Indies have been invited back first after the USA won the toss, and you say at this present time advantage clearly with the USA.
Yes, and as we can see, Father Time is not being kind to one of the batsmen from the West Indies out in the middle. First match of the tournament, and the ravages of time on the body. Things that you would have done, like being one of 8 slips, 9 slips.
Well, as you said, quite rightfully said, Father Time, and that is
So they're
Sahadia
getting some
attention
ice.
there from Brian Johnson.
And
just
the cold
to give you the
spray.
2 teams, the USA, Amanta Parak, Sanjay Weerasinghe, Humayung Bisar, Fazal Alam,
And
Mohsin
all
Khan.
of the players from both sides, the batsmen in the middle, the fielding side, close fielders, everybody's showing concern.
Quite rightfully so. To continue,
Just, okay.
Satipal Shabra, Zabir Hussain, Sintan Patel, Said Sananwaj, Rafi Kazi, Sunny Singh, and Sandre Pandya.
Yes.
And the West Indies side captained by Zaman Amin. The captain for the US is Amanta Parak. And they have Narang Bidishi, Ian Drakes, Farid Hossain, Brian Johnson, William Lashley, Rabindra Mangali, Ishwar Maraj, Anthony Morris, Rajendra Sadio, Anthony Sahadio, and Shanda Paul Singh.
Yeah.
So those are the two teams. The match officials.
Yes, Prescott and Johnson, Chris
And
Johnson.
Chris Johnson and Tremaine Prescott. So
Yes.
you're not missing any play. And just to let you know what has transpired thus far.
Is that the motion can that we have heard of elsewhere around the world? Or just one of those
You will have to investigate
cricket
that.
cricket top names?
I think based on his returns thus far, 3 wickets for 9 runs and 4 overs, maybe we can assume that it is him. But we'll get it right for you.
Yeah.
And just to give you the scorecard after the US.
So from the
Right,
motions, yes, from the motions of the other active players in the middle, apparently it's something to do with a thigh injury. So they were
Yeah.
trying to work on it.
I think at the moment the players will be pretty happy that we have some cloud coverage around. We don't have a full sunshine as yet. As it's been blazing sunshine in Barbados for quite some time. We had some rains yesterday and early in the morning, and the outfield well grass. Barbados is a splash of green all around. With the month of rain, we are in the final month of the rainy season, which culminates on what is known National Day, November 30th.
No comment.
And it was released yesterday.
Yes.
Having said that, as promised, at the top, Ishar Maraj. He was caught by Shabra off the ball of Can for 5. He opened the batting with Ravindra Sadio. And Sadio was legged before we get the Can for 3. And the third batsman out, Narayan Bidishi. He was legged before we get the Can without scoring. And they found themselves in some trouble presently. 40 for the loss of 3. Brian Johnson is now on 16. And with him is Sahadeo, who was down on his haunches. He's now up and getting himself together. And remember, these are players who are past 50. And this is the...
Yeah, it's slightly unfortunate in the good old days. One of the few things that has changed in the, how do you say, landscape of cricket is that you're not allowed to have a runner anymore.
I think at this age, they will definitely need
There you
as
go.
much help as possible. Just to give you some bowling figures for the USA, I can tell you that Umanian Basar, he opened the bowling bowl 5 overs, the minutes none for 15. His opening partner, Sandre Pandya, he sent down 3 overs, the minutes none for 9. And Motion Khan, he sent down 4 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, 3 wickets. Repeat those figures. For Motion Khan, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, 3 wickets. And those have been the 3 bowlers used in sending down 12 overs. Play is about to recommence. And your thoughts so far as the sun greets us now in full glory?
Equally impressed with the opening bowler from the very first over that he bowled. Nagging line and length, and he got the most out of the pitch with an honest effort. And there was no leaking of runs, and the field was equal to his bowling. And then when we saw Motion Khan come on, I guess the West Indies batsmen wanted to step on the gas, but they were met, for the most part, to a little guile and
So
wily bowling.
We're going to have a bowling change at the southern end of the ground. And I could tell you that Sahade is on strike. Just trying to ascertain the name of the bowler. So he is with left arm. And his first is down there. It's a play for caught behind. And not
Made
impressed is the
contact with
umpire.
something.
And no signal from the umpire. So might have brushed the pad.
Umpire Johnson unmoved.
So Pandey to continue. And starts in left arm over the wicket, and his delivery is tucked into the leg side, but Sahadeo thinks about a single. And the feeler from that mid-wicket position, Fazal Alam, is onto it. There's no run. Let me go around the field. There's a slipping position. There's a point cover, mid-off. And long on, deep mid-wicket. Straightish mid-wicket, which is short. As here is Pandya in and stretching forward is Sahadeo. Plays the ball up on the offside to cover, and there's no run. To complete the field, there's a square leg 3/4 of the way and a short fine leg within the circle. So 40 on the board. We're in over number 13. And this is the first game of the tournament, 1 of 4 schedule. I can tell you that the game at Weymouth, that game has been called off.
Okay.
So we've already lost that. The game
And at BNOC or
BNOC
even
is in progress.
okay.
And hopefully you can get some scores in between. They bring you up to date.
Yeah.
As Pandey will bowl to Sahadeo. 40 on the board. We're in over number 12. Remember, it's a 45 affair. The entire tournament. And good to see the masters around the world congregating in this wonderful sport that is very well loved. Pandya
A little bit of fine tuning in the field.
goes past the umpire, and again Sahadeo is stretching forward, plays the ball to Fazal, and he feeds cleanly, and there is no run. No addition to the total.
And it's nice to see that these fielders are agile. That
As
one
this
little-
delivery is whipped down to the fielder on the square leg position, backward square, and they take one
Just
for the
one.
total 41 to the total, and
overcomes the
Kazi
net.
is the fielder there, the end of the over, and at the end of over number 13 is 41 for the loss of 3.
And the basics of fielding have been displayed, I would say, decently by the USA team. Even the backing up when the ball was played short and the wicketkeeper left, the slipper came up to the stumps, and it was a smart return and good all-round fielding being displayed.
It will be interesting to get an update from the Wanderers ground in that game between England and the United Arab Emirates. I can tell you the game at Weymouth between Wales and India, that has not gotten going. As a matter of fact, it will not be played. It's being rained out. So one of 2 games in the city and the other 2 up in the country. I can tell you both country games have started. The other games bring together Canada versus West Indies A, and right here West Indies are 41 for the loss of 3, the start of over number 14, and
They've
they're
put a-
playing the USA.
Yeah. The field placing,
So slipping position is a strange position, a square actually left-handers in straight. So slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, deepish mid wicket, straight mid wicket, a failure on the square leg boundary. As this first delivery is, there's a big drive offered by Sahadeo. Doesn't make any contact, taken by the keeper. So no addition to the total, and that is Parak, the keeper and captain, behind the stumps.
how will a batsman get that ball to that fielder who's hiding under the dunk tree?
Well, he has the best part of the ground to field at the moment, and that's what's in his favor.
A left-arm
As
batsman.
Khan, with 3 wickets against his name, is in a full toss, which is driven up to the fielder at that point position,
Or smart return.
who has it under his control, and that is Syed Sanawaz, who's patrolling the extra cover position. And it remains West Indies invited back first, 41 for 3. We are in over number 14, and no addition or any changes to the field. Sprinkling of spectators over under the bleachers with the 3s behind them. From the UK, and good to have them here. Here is Motion Khan on the way in both Sahadeo flashes outside the off stump, doesn't make contact through to the keeper, who's having a good game behind the stumps. And at the moment, it continues to be in favor of the USA.
Yeah, and now there's a consultation between the batsmen.
Suspect maybe just get a little bat on the ball, rotational strike.
Just trying to figure out. There's
The position of the long leg.
Yeah, it's
Well, it
into the wind.
it begs the different here because the bowler's bowling that off stump line. Hence the reason why you might not necessarily need him down there.
And to
And
hit
I
there
think
is
you would need to
hitting
be a lot
directly
straighter,
into the
more of a fine leg
oncoming wind.
position. Yeah.
Correct.
But he's bowled well so far, so it's a little surprising. But here's Khan, moves into bowl to Sahadeo, the left-hander, and he's driving and finds the fielder at that cover position in Syed. And he has it under control. No addition to the total. It remains 41 for the loss of 3. This is the 14th of 45 overs. And Saideo
You know, it's interesting.
waits on Can, who's into him. And again, he's driving inside the off stump, doesn't make contact. So for the umpteenth time in this innings, Saideo driving and not making any contact. Ball taken cleanly by the keeper.
Do you think the message from Johnson was hit out or get out?
Well, Johnson has 16. I don't think at this stage you wanted to get out. Just wanted to get off strike would be more the correct statement. He has 5 against his name. 41 for loss of 3. As Can is in, and now he stretches forward, plays it back to Can, who stops it. So he bowls yet another maiden over. And having sent down his 3rd maiden, he's now sent down 5 overs, 3 maidens, and he's picked up 3 for 9. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 9. As the West Indies invited the bat first against USA. They are 41 for loss of 3 at the completion of 14. Martin?
Yes, well, I'm going to keep an eye on Wayne Holder, who has advised me that I've got one more over with you. He probably thinks that there'll be something on at the Garrison Savannah in the soonest opportunity where we'll be able to share some more information with each other. But before I go, I wanted to talk about the most attacking field set in cricket. And they claimed that this one, they had people on the onside. You must have 9 slips.
Well, I think the key these days to good field placing is for the bowlers to bowl what the captain expects you to bowl, rather than just having field place. I've seen fielders in positions 3 slips in the gully and the bowler's not swinging the ball. The bowler's even bowling at the stumps per se. Here's the outside in the off stump from Pandya, who continues, and Brian Johnson allows it to go through the keeper. There is no run. Still 41 for the loss of 3 at the start of over number 15.
And the batsman doesn't look as though he's going to give away or hit an edge. Why do you have all the slips and things in place? Force him to play in front of him.
Left arm operator now between the umpire and the stump. To the right-handed batsman, to the left-hander. He is over the wicket.
As we like to say, through and round.
Or through and around. Or I like to say between the umpire and the stumps. Starts and glides between the umpire and the stumps and bowls. Brian Johnson goes on the back foot, allows a short ball
Not
to go
tempted.
through the keeper.
Not tempted.
The
He's
batsman
probably
up.
decided that he has to bat through the majority of the remaining overs.
Sells over his bat. With the West Indies on 41 for the loss of 3. Invited to bat in brilliant cricketing conditions now. The sun is out in all its glory. And here's Johnson allowing delivery to go by the fielder at short, fine leg at slip. Believe that was mighty close to the off stump. But Brian is that kind of player. He has impeccable judgment.
Picks up the line very well. But that one kept a little lower, you see. So that was more the height of the ball going through there than
Pandya
the
is
actual
in.
line.
And Johnson stops the delivery. That
Wow.
is tossed up on the line of center and leg stump. Plays it back to the bowler. And there is no run. So it's been a good over by Pandya thus far.
And
See
they're
the slip.
still keeping the West Indies batsman honest.
Short third man backward point. Cover on the boundary. Short cover as well. And here's Johnson beating outside in the off stump. That one spins past the bat and he gropes at it. Bat and pad very close. Beautifully bowled there by Pandya. At the end, he gets nothing for it. And he bowls what is another maiden. So consecutive maidens. And at the end of over number 15.
Yes, that's the 15th over.
It is 41 for loss of 3. Johnson has 16 against his name. And with him is
So
Sahadeo,
I say my
who has
goodbyes. The
5.
power play signal by the umpire Prescott. A lovely piece of wicket keeping there for Wayne Holder to come and take over my role.
A former keeper himself. Good morning to you, Wayne.
Well, I say not to use that word former. Once a cricketer, always a cricketer, and still trying to improve on my game.
So my question is, when was the last time you had on a pair of gloves? Not boxing gloves, but wicket keeping gloves.
Wicket keeping gloves. Maybe sometime I saw a pair knocking around in some dressing room.
So you didn't cross the boundary line?
No,
with it?
no, but
Okay.
just put them on for the sake of memory.
I think prevention is better than cure.
Very much so. I'm not going to be venturing across that line.
So
I think I'm going
So as you join me, Sayadeo, he's on 5 and West Indies 41 for the loss of 2 consecutive maidens.
Well, yes, and this has been the trend from the beginning of this innings. The U.S. bowlers have been very, very tight, giving very little away.
And here's a late cut to the short in the off stump from Can and run down to the backward point position. And the batsmen take 2. So 43 for the loss of 3. And with those 2, the young man, if we can call him that, Sahadeo, he moves up to 7.
Has been there for a while too, hasn't he?
Yes, he has been. Occupation of the crease is very important as well, but he also need to get some runs. Can, with 3 wickets under his belt, is in. And there is Sahadeo stretching forward. Finds the fielder who's stationed at that backward point position. Can't score. That is Pandya, the number 22 in his back. So slipping position, backward point. He's a very square backward point. More. No one needs to come slightly to his left, but he's almost a wideish third man, you can see. Top of the circle. There's a cover and a cover point. In position, walks in as this delivery is slow. And it deceived Sahadeo, who almost fell over. And the ball came off the pad into the leg side. The keeper quickly behind from the stumps. Who's had a good time behind the stump? The captain does look good behind the stump.
Yes, Parak.
Yeah, Amanta Parak.
Ananta Parak, it is. But yes, but this is, I'm very, very impressed by the bowling of Mohsin Lyndon. Exceptional control.
Brilliant.
Good changes of pace.
5 for 9 with 3 wickets under his belt. Starts and this bowls a full toss, which is hit down to the fielder and is caught. Brilliantly caught by the fielder down on the square leg boundary coming in. It was not a good delivery. Mind you, it was a high full toss and really ought to have done better. And I can tell you that my co-commentator, Martin Parson, was wondering what was his purpose down there. I can tell you we've seen his purpose now. And I can tell you that the catch has been taken by Patel. Sinta Patel, 27. Caught by Sinta Patel on the deep square leg boundary. Good catch. Not a particularly good delivery. And the West Indies sink a little further into some trouble. From 43 for 3, they've gone to 43 for the loss of 4 wickets. As Sahadeo comes back. Caught by Sinta Patel off the ball of Khan. He now picks up his 4th wicket. And West Indies in serious trouble.
Well, they are in trouble, but how ironic, Lyndon. We've been talking about the control and the excellent bowling of Mohsin Khan, and there he comes and serves up what could be not one of his better deliveries at all, a full toss on the legs, and the batsman having the opportunity to do whatever he liked with it. Shows to pick out that man at that fine leg position halfway to the boundary. A quite unusually placed fielder also, but nonetheless, proving to be worthwhile and coming in, taking a good catch too. The catch was a good one. He had to get down. It was quite low when it reached him and took the catch. But I know for a fact that as a batter, one would be very disappointed to lose one's wicket. You yourself, Lyndon, would have been very disappointed to lose your wicket to a delivery as innocuous as that one.
Yeah, most definitely. You believe it should have been over the trees and outside of the fences, really, truly. But he helped it down to center Patel. Who took a really good catch. Good, because he was running in and then he had to get down. There, and you know, when once you reach 50, it's very difficult to get down.
And sometimes the getting back up is more of a problem than getting down. But as I said, good reward though for the bowler Mohsin Khan, because
it's 4th wicket.
He's bowled a lot of deliveries much better than that. You know,
yeah,
this did not get him wickets.
Yeah, maybe his worst delivery has got him a wicket. Well, the new batsman in is William Lashley, and he's a right-arm batsman. So it means that they did not cross. So Lashley with Johnson, these two very experienced. 43 for the loss of 4 in the process of the 17th over. With all 4 wickets to Mohsin Khan. He's bowled exceptionally well, Wayne, as you're saying. His control has been impeccable.
But yes, bowling these rather quickish off breaks. I actually refer to it as off cutters more so than an off break. Not a lot of flight, but pushing the ball through, wrapping his fingers around and pushing the ball through, and defeating the batsman a lot with his bounce as much as the movement of the pitch.
And as you just rightfully said just now, pushing the ball through, that one was pushed through and defeated the defensive prod of William Lashley, who looked to turn into the leg side. So Lashley yet to score. Johnson is on 16. He's at the non-striker's end. West Indies inviting the bat first. 43 for the loss of 4. I think one delivery remains in the 17th over. Can, in his 6th over, he's picked up 4. As he's into bowl to Lashley. And Lashley is coming forward, turns the ball into the leg side. And it's a position where he finds Sanjina. And he feels Warasinghe. And that is a name associated with the Sri Lanka, Warasinghe. So the completion of over number 16, and it is 43 for the loss of 4. Wayne?
Well, the West Indies innings very much in need of some repair. And they will need to get a partnership going. We've only had 16 of the 45 overs bowled, so still a long way to go in this innings. And I think the number one priority now would be to consolidate for this pair, very experienced pair of batsmen. We know them very well, both locals who have been veterans on the local domestic circuit for quite a number of years. They play together in the same club in local competition, so they know each other very well. And I think they have got their jobs cut out for them.
And I also say good players of spin as well, as Johnson on 16 will have the strike as Pandya between the umpire and the stump, and Johnson goes on the back foot and forces a ball out to Fazal Alam, who's controlling that cover position. The sweep on the cover boundary, backward pointing position, long off, long on, straight mid wicket. There's a fielder at backward square and a slip in position. Actually, 2 slips in position. As the left arm spinner between the umpire and the stump, on the back foot goes Johnson. And he finds the fielder who's patrolling the backward point position. No addition to the total. Humayang, or is it Humayun Bashir? Humayun Bashir.
Yeah.
And that kind of reminds me of a Pakistani name. Here's a drive, lovely shot out to Patel, who's patrolling the cover boundary. And Johnson will move by 1 to 17. And the West Indies are up to 44 for the loss of 4. All the 4s. And umpire Dickie Bird will be raising both legs.
4 Nelsons. That's 4 Nelsons.
4 Nelsons. 44
But
for 4.
Lennon, quite correct. Bashir, actually, we've been informed, is of Pakistani extraction. So you're quite well on the ball.
Well, I can go back and say the reason I guess that is because of a young man named Basit Ali. Scored 100 at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Only test match he played for Pakistan. And quit the game after that. Lashley's easily onto the back foot, plays a shortish delivery up on the offside, and there is no run. 44 for 4. Lashley yet to score. Johnson on 17. Here's Pandya into bowl to Lashley, and Lashley's driving. Pandya dives to his left, partially stops it. Good stop. So you have to be really impressed with the control at either ends. Not only has Moshin Khan bowl exceptionally, but has been given good support at the other end.
And both by Sanjay and by Bashir Humayun, who opened the bowling from the southern end.
And that's the end for which Pandya is in to bowl to Lashley, and Lashley goes on to the back foot, plays the ball to the offside once again. He finds the cover. Fielder that concludes the end of over number 17. Done and dusted. West Indies invited back first. 44 for loss of 4. Brian Johnson has 17. William Lashley's yet to score. And just to give you the figures of Moshin Khan, he sent down some 6 overs, 3 middles, and he's picked up 4 for 14. Impressive figures, Wayne.
So he's going to continue apparently. So this long spell is going to continue. But as you mentioned, very good support coming from the other end. Good tight over there by Sanjay Pandya in that last over. The batsman Lashley, I think only the 1 run coming out of the over.
Can it be a case of he's getting a wicket, so you're going to continue with him?
Well, yes, I think that is it. He's being successful, extracting nice assistance from the pitch.
And there he gets the better of Johnson, getting him into a tangle as he looked to whip that one to the mid-on area. The ball ricochets into the offside. Stifle appeal, not convincing.
Pushing that one straight up
push through.
Full to the bat.
So good to see his captain trusting him still with a slip in position. Somewhat deep, that slip fielder.
Well, there's a slip and then there's a
A
short
short third
man
man. So a stranger's field still.
on the
But
edge of the circle.
here's Can. Aborts his run and has a look at Lashley, who moved off belatedly. Umpire Tremaine Prescott signals dead ball. And Lashley retreats. And Can also retreats as well. And they will reset. And we'll go again. Can
Lashley.
at the top of his mark from the northern end. As the very cricket ground here in St. Philip is bathed in sunshine. And this is tossed up outside in the yard stump. And Johnson thought about slashing it wide, signal by the umpire. So another sundry is added to the total. And it's now up to 45 for the loss of 4. And Lashley and the non-striker's end looks up, sees his partner Johnson, moves into his stance, and here's Moshin Khan from the northern end. And this delivery brings him forward, and he plays it in the dark. Doesn't have an idea where it went. Intended to play it on the offside. The ball went between his leg, down to the keeper who skipped across from behind the stump. So once again, the impeccable line of Khan proving very difficult to get away. And heavy weather at the moment for the West Indies. 45 for 4 over number 17. Here comes Khan to bowl to outside of the off stump, wide, called and signaled by umpire Tremaine Prescott. Maybe he's looking for a little too much pace, or maybe it's a sign of being tired at this stage.
Well, on that particular occasion, I thought he looked to vary his bowling. He actually looked to take the pace off that delivery and give it a bit more air, but he lost his control, I thought.
We'll see if he get it right now. He comes in to bowl to Johnson, and Johnson is tucking it down the legs into the onside. And picked up there by Sanjina.
Normal service resumed. Push through, flat, right on wicket and wicket.
But he's bowled well. His captain has to be very, very pleased with him. And maybe the West Indies batsman opting maybe just to see him off and look to see what's going to come next. There's still a lot of overs to come. We're in over number 17 of 45. As Can, with all 4 wickets under his belt, he's into bowl to Johnson, and Johnson is whipping this one straight to the fielder at the mid-on position, who falls to the ground. But what's most important is that he keeps it on his control, and that fielder is none other than Humayun Bashar. So the fielding has been good, aided with a slow field.
Yeah, the ground fielding particularly has been quite good.
45.
Just the one catch missed, I can recall.
Yeah, 45 for 4. Johnson on 17, and this delivery, Johnson is coming forward, stabbing at it, and the ball goes out on the offside. There's no run. So brilliant going here by Khan. Thought he had his man. Johnson very watchful at 17, so the scoring rate is at a crawl, if we put it mildly.
I think that is the most important factor as far as the West Indies batters are concerned. It's just a matter of survival here at the moment.
And here is Khan in the bowl to Johnson. Johnson tucks it down the legs. He wants a single. Lashley's coming for it, and they'll get it too, as the fielder Sanjay Weerasinghe didn't field cleanly, and they got 1. So 1 more to total, and it's now 47 for the loss of 4.
Well, a single off that final over, so Johnson is going to maintain the strike at the start of the next over. But to his credit, though, Brian Johnson, he has battled away. He's had his problems. Khan in particular has been something of a handful. But as I said, as a credit to Johnson, he has built.
Seems as though we're going to have a runner going out to the middle way. You make it? Narain. Back. And FA Narain Bideshi. he would have batted, so he isn't going back to bat for sure. It's been sorted, yes. Yeah, Lashley's going to have a runner. The strikers, and so Brian Johnson's going to have a runner. Right, and this is one of the things that were discontinued in the ICC in international cricket. Usually confuses the fielders and the spectators. It is so true. Here is Pandya on the way into bowl with Johnson, batted with a runner, and he stretches forward, plays the ball with the onside. There's no run. I can tell you, Wayne, in this big man cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup, that both games in the city have been called off. So the game scheduled for Wanderers between England and the United Arab Emirates have been called off. And Wales versus India, scheduled for Police Ground, have also been called off. Slash, through backward point. Lovely shot by Johnson. We go close to the boundary and across the boundary.
if I may find a fault with them, not being able to get the batsman to come onto the front foot, tending to bowl the ball, flattest trajectory and into the pitch quite a lot. As this one is pitched right up to Johnson, but he's a bit too far over it, almost yorking himself, and just the ball just dying off the bottom of the bat and then landing in the crease.
So here's Hussein from the northern end, flat delivery, and Johnson slaps it up to the field at the long off position. Who has it under his control? His return is on his way in, and that is none other than Fazal Alam. One more to the total. It's now 59 for loss of 4. 21.3 overs gone. Wayne, we've just been introduced to the new scoring system here by our very good friend. I don't know if you've tested this one already. 59 for loss of 4. Lashley stretches forward. The ball takes the edge. Past the slip. Between the slip and the keeper, they've gone for 1. They're going to turn and come back for 2. The fielder is onto it. And they take 2. That is Sunny Singh, the fielder. First time he's come into action today. And 2 to the total. And the West Indies up to 61 for the loss of 4.
Quite notably, Lyndon, the batsman drawn onto the front foot and defeated by that delivery. I went between the keeper and the first slip off the outside edge.
And the slip didn't move.
Well, none of them moved.
Well, Lashley waits on Hussein and gets a delivery, stretches forward, plays the ball out to the fielder at a short, straight mid-wicket position. That concludes over number 22, done and dusted. The West Indies invited to bat first against the USA here at Winridge Cricket Ground in Lucas Street, St. Philip. They're 61 for the loss of 4 with Brian Johnson now on 28, and with him is William Lashley.
Well, a bit of a partnership being put together here, Lyndon. You can check the monitor and tell us how much the partnership has yielded so far. And if you're not comfortable with the new one, I'm sure you'll see
the old one.
The old score is the one of it to be very familiar. But
I wouldn't repeat what she said, Wayne, but I can tell you the partnership is worth 18. she wants to confine us.
Okay, we're looking at that one.
18 the partnership.
Partnership of 18, and they have been together.
22 done and dusted. And it's going to be Patel to bowl his second over. The batsman on strike is Johnson, helmeted. And this delivery tossed up, and Johnson is driving. And he finds the fielder. The bowler took some of the weight off, and they only got 1. So, 1 more to Johnson. He's away from the strike. And it is now 62 for the loss of 4. 62 for the loss of 4. Lashley on strike. As Patel is into bowler Lashley, and Lashley is forward. Plays the ball out to Rarasinga.
The Sri Lankan?
Yeah, the Sri Lankan.
At least the Sri Lankan name.
Rarasinga. A lot of E's behind the W.
Sanjeeva. Veerasinga.
As this delivery from Patel, Lashley stops it, turns across him, plays it off the outer portion of the bat, but he is in control of it. The turn there was slow.
Well, and onto the front foot quite early there, William Lashley.
62 for 4 in over number 23. And Lashley is beating outside off some beautifully bowled. That's the same delivery that took the edge, the outer portion of the edge last time, but this one maybe gotten a little more grip off the wicket and spun right across the bat.
Pitching a bit slightly shorter than the original delivery, not able to get on top of it.
Patel, good guile, good control. This one is a lot fuller. That I would say that 2-meter mark.
Reminds me of I don't know how I should say this, but of Akil Hussain, that type of left arm spinner.
Okay. So you can expect him to be somewhat tight and not get a lot of wickets. Wickets usually builds additional pressure. He's into bowl to Lashley. Lashley's beaten by a beauty. That's a gem. A jaffa, you call that?
Well, then again, deceived in the flight, Lashley. Drawn onto the front foot. And the ball pitching, spinning, bouncing into the gloves of the keeper. But, nonetheless, as you said, no damage done as far as the wicket taking column is concerned. Lashley survives.
And having survived, I can tell you Lashley has 4 against his name. Brian Johnson is on 29, having faced some 60 deliveries. Lashley's faced 17 deliveries. And it's West Indies invited back for 62 for loss of 4 after 23 overs.
And the West Indies are coming up to the halfway stage of their innings. It has been something of a struggle so far as run scoring is concerned. Losing those 4 wickets, though, would entail that they do try to rebuild this innings.
The question you would have to ask then is it a matter of the wicket or just applying themselves? Because the wicket would have been covered for quite some time. We've had some rains yesterday, last night, and the day before. But it's suspected the wicket would have been covered long before.
Yes,
that.
I don't think the rain would have affected the track. It has offered some assistance to the bowlers, one would have to say. But it's just testing the technique
Hussain is in.
Of the batters.
And this delivery, Johnson slaps down to long off for his 30th run.
I don't think one could actually claim that the wicket, the pitch itself, was responsible for any of the wickets that would have fallen. The outfield also appears quite slow, again, because of the amount of moisture around.
As here's Lashley advancing down, hits the ball back to Hussain on the bounce. Lashley almost losing his balance there, falling over.
Well,
looking to get down to the trap.
For the first time, we see a batter actually leaving his crease.
63 for 4. This delivery, he stands there and drills it up to the field at the long off position. Who has it under his control? They take 1. So, with that single, it all moves up to 64 for 4. Lashley on 5. 30 is Johnson. And just to take you around the park, there's a deep gully, a point, cover 3/4 away, extra cover and the cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket and a straight edge mid wicket, and Johnson is driving up to long on, who comes across to his left and has it on his control. That looks to be Patel, moving like a young boy, Wayne.
Yes.
Got across there very quick.
Swiftly moving, yes. And I must commend the fitness and the athleticism of most of these USA fielders that I've seen so far. Look to be quite good movers in the field.
West Indies 65 for 4 as Lashley stretches forward and wants a single and would get it too. The keepers are coming from behind the stump. Has a shy at the non-striker's end. And Lashley makes his ground. So run number 66 to the West Indies. And this is the 24th over. Yes, I was about to say that, but I didn't want to commit myself. In terms of agility in the field.
With the field, yes.
I think it seems as though something that they practice on a regular basis. And here is Johnson, who waits on Hussain, gets a short delivery and slaps it straight through the bowler's hand. And down to the fielder at the long off position. I thought that the bowler opted not to try to take it, Wayne. He reckoned it was hit hard enough. Prevention is better than cure.
Well, yes, self-preservation it is, more or less. But the end of what has been a much more productive over for West Indies. It'd be interesting if you can tell me how many runs came out of that over. But
well, I can tell you that Hussain has sent down 3 overs, no minutes, none for 11. So it hasn't conceded a lot. And Patel has sent down 2 overs, no minutes, none for 2. So
yeah, and but
so I would suspect maybe, let's say maybe 4 runs, 5 runs with that over.
I think they would have, right. So, but they were actually rotating the strike on a regular basis, and it says that with Khan coming out of the attack, especially from that particular end, it has been a bit easier for the West Indies batters.
If I'm to go ahead of myself, I reckon, Wayne, that from how the USA are moving in the field, I get the impression they're going to be very quick between the wickets as well for their age as well.
Well, let's see, because don't forget the sun is steaming down here, and these are conditions to which I'm not so sure they are very familiar. And it would be interesting to see how they battle the heat later.
Here's Patel
as it gets later.
Brings a forward shot from Brian Johnson, not fully committed to driving that ball through the offside, and peels off the thick edge down to where a backward point would be, and they take 2 to Basar. 2 more to the total.
a moral victory for the bowler, but cricket is such a game that a moral victory comes to naught because actually it cost 2 runs to
Two
the
runs.
team. But
West Indies.
defeated Johnson coming onto the front foot, the ball peeling off the outer half of the bat.
I suspect it more has a lot to do with his injury. 69 for 4. Patel, the left arm, is in. Johnson allows this one to spin across him. Goes by to the keeper. That one defeated Lashley last over.
Yes,
That
but-
same delivery, so you see the difference in batsmen.
But yes, Johnson choosing not to play, reading the delivery
And picking
quite
it.
early.
I was about to say that.
Yeah.
He waits on Patel, who's into him. This one will be tossed up, and he stretches forward, stops the ball in front of him, has it under his control. And over him at 25 or 45. So the ball is back to Patel. Brilliant sunshine here at the Windward's ground. Thick grey clouds to the. When you're in the east, do you say east or you say far east? Directly in the east. So, but no threat of rain whatsoever. Just that we aren't seeing the blue that we're accustomed to seeing, the blue skies. Faster delivery. And whipped into the onside by Johnson. Used the pace by Patel, who thought he had his man trick with a faster delivery. But Johnson equals the task. And it is now 70 for the loss of 4. As Johnson is up to 35. Lashley comes back in the strike. He has 8 against his name. Here's Patel. Left arm around the wicket, and Lashley stretches forward. Is beaten outside in the off stump. A Jaffa once again. So Lashley playing the line and defeated in left.
Well, it would be interesting to hear his take on it because he may actually claim that he's deliberately playing
He played
inside the
left.
line and inside the line of the ball, allowing it through to the keeper. Of course, our position here doesn't give us that authority to dictate where the ball is actually pitching. What is the actual line? What we can tell you though is that he's been lunging onto the front foot and appears to be playing at the deliveries, and the ball spinning past the outside edge. But a battling hand here by Brian Johnson. Let's just check exactly how many balls he has faced so far, Johnson. I think something near the 68 balls for his 30 odd.
And 91 minutes of batting.
But effectively,
I think we've just gone global, Wayne. I think we just went IG there. You know the young people put everything on IG.
well, that is this is the world. This is the digital world, Alain, in which we have been forced into.
Yeah.
I myself would have come into the digital world kicking and screaming, but it is what it is.
All right. So, as over number 26 is about to begin, and Hussein is into bowl to Johnson, who is now dispersed of his helmet, and he slaps this one down to Patel, who I can't help but say he continues to move like a young boy. He reminds me of a young Freddie Herbert 17 years ago.
Well, with the advent of Masters cricket, I always recall they're always even in Masters cricket, they're the younger Masters and the older Masters.
Most definitely.
So Patel apparently is one of the younger Masters.
Well, he looks very fit. He's moving very swiftly as well. Been very impressed with that. I wouldn't be surprised if he was an athlete in his younger days. West Indies 71 for the loss of, this is 26 over in progress. So yeah, Martin Paris is getting himself ready. And he'll be coming next. I will take a little exit. As Lashley is looking to get down the wicket, loses his footing. What's most importantly is that the ball hit the pad. So he lost his footing. Maybe he's not wearing brads, as the young batsman of today would wear.
Deceived though, I thought.
So the keeper goes down behind the stump. And here's Hussein into bowl to Lashley. And Lashley is stretching forward. Works the one straight to the fielder, who's patrolling that straightish mid-wicket position. There's no run. That is Syed. Shannon was. Lashley stretches forward. Hussein on top of his mark. And it's been good control bowling by the USA. And here is Hussein into bowl to Lashley. Allows this one to go by outside of the awesome. So you got to look there. and allow that one to go by. So the end of over number 26, done and dusted. With the news that in brilliant conditions for cricket here at the Wilmers Ground in Lucas Street, St. Philip, the USA won the toss and asked the West Indies to take first knock. And after 26 overs, they are 71 for loss of 4, with Brian Johnson not out on 36. And with him is William Lashley, who has 7 against his name. And more from being holder, and then you'll be joined by Martin Paris.
Well, yes, 26 overs bowled, so into the second half of the West Indies innings, and this pair, Lashley and Johnson, have so far put on some 26 runs for this 5th wicket, and it will be Shitan Patel to continue, and Johnson is having a big drive at one outside the off stump and not making contact. Wicketkeeper Parak removing the bills, but Johnson's back foot is well grounded.
Hello again, man.
So drive in the air, chance for a catch, falling just short of the man there, Sadipal Chahabra. That ball in the air for quite a while. The long off fielder who is posted just inside the boundary coming forward, but unable to make a catch of it, Martin.
Yeah,
Welcome back, Martin.
Hi again, man. If you look over by just beyond the scoreboard on the, what would be northeastern portion of the ground, there is a similar color in the last 10 feet of the ball dropping on him. So he may have lost it in that tamarind tree looking thing over there.
But the ball was hit in the air. It was
But
in
it
the air
died
for
sharply.
quite a while, but it dropped quickly. Yes, it dropped shortly. And to his credit, I think he did well to actually get a hand on it
Yes.
and restrict the scoring to just 1. Here is.
And I was about to say, as Lashley is resolutely forward to that one, you seem to be taking the wickets when you're on air.
Well, I've taken 4 so far.
And the score is?
And the score is now 72 for 4.
There
over
you go.
number 27. As Lashley looking for a sweet ball coming off the top edge, falling well into no man's land. No one positioned behind square on the onside. And Lashley down on one knee, looking to sweep. And safely the ball falling behind square. The batsman, in fact, picked up a couple of runs. So Lashley looking to be innovative. Everyone has noticed that he has made a conscious decision to be a bit more proactive.
Yes.
We've seen a bit more aggression, looking to score Lashley and not just survive, as he waits for Patel. And onto the front foot he comes this time, smothering the spin, steering it away square on the offside. The ball runs down into a gully position. There is no run at the end of over number 27. The total 74 for the loss of 4 wicket West Indies.
And the bowlers seem to be getting through their overs relatively quickly now. We're, quote unquote, in the death overs of this match. Started fairly pedestrian scoring wise, but that 3 wicket burst, compliments of Wayne Holder's commentary, and then when he returned, the 4th wicket came down. I'm also impressed, Wayne, with the wicket keeper for the USA.
Well, yeah, I think everyone at the ground has been. And he's had quite a lot of work to do too, because the ball has gone past the bat quite frequently.
And even that single just now, he was the person who left from behind the stumps to go and retrieve the ball.
He has handled himself quite well, as we are going to continue with the bowling from the northern end. That's Hussein and Johnson watching this one. Flighted up, but choosing to go onto the back foot and to play defensively. I think making that decision quite early that he was going to go on the defensive. We've got some good news coming in, though, concerning a couple of the other games scheduled for today. As Johnson off the back foot is slapping this one out to deep cover, and the batters come through for an easy single. I say the batters because Johnson actually batting with a run, and the Ryan running for him from point and running towards the non-strikers, and they complete that single. So we're going to have the match between at Police between Wales and India. I think we're looking at a 1 o'clock start. 26 overs aside, so that apparently is going to be on the way in about half hour, as this one is stroked down too long on by Lashley, coming onto the front foot to a well-flighted delivery. Another single, the result. And then in the UAE, or is it Canada West Indies, at the Barbados National Oil Company ground, that will also start at 1 o'clock. Any decision on the number of overs yet, or most probably the same 26 overs, as Johnson is having to walk across the off stump. Very slow, loopy delivery.
And if you look at the field as well, the bowler is enticing Johnson, even with the gimpy leg, as they would say. Look, there's nobody in the 45 from the onside wicketkeeper, and the next fielder when you come wrong is the
mid-on fielder. Actually, just two fielders on the onside, in the leg side, a long on, and then this very straight, a shortish mid-on, a full toss
and
away
those are
into
in
the
front.
onside. There's a man at the deep mid-wicket boundary, actually, a man on the corner position. He is brought into operation now as he comes around to his right to keep the scoring down to 2. But another nice, gentle, full toss. But, Martin, the batsmen have been, particularly Johnson, has been in such a defensive frame of mind that when an innocuous delivery like that comes along,
he's not getting to put it
he's not
away.
in position to actually put it away, because that ball deserved to be struck out of the ground. Nice loopy full toss with no one at home in front of square or behind square on the onside.
Vacant real estate, and any attempt to work it on the leg side or around the square leg area would, generate a few runs, but limited mobility and obviously the accuracy of the bowler, you wouldn't want to risk those forced or contrived shots. And, well, he's playing to his strengths and, of course, to what is being bowled to him. So
78 for 4 after some 28 overs, and it's
over number
going to
29.
be Shitan Patel starting a fresh over from the southern end. First delivery is ignored by the batsman, left alone and through to the keeper outside the off stump. No need to play. Slip in place. Arms folded across the chest at the moment.
It's about setting the target now, isn't it?
As Patel is into Lashley, and again this one starting outside the off stump, spinning further away. The batsman not being tempted into playing a shot. There's some 3 fielders behind the bat on the offside, a slipper backward point and a short third man, as this delivery is bringing Lashley onto the front foot. This time he's playing it down into a gully position, a deepish gully, and the man from short third man comes in and picks up. There's no run.
Clearly they think that the 70 odd runs that they have is sufficient for the caliber of bowling that they have at this Wimbledon
quicker
ground.
delivery. Johnson, Lashley's whipping it off the pad though, out to deep mid wicket, and brings the fielder in off the boundary and picking up a single. So some variety there from Shitan on that occasion, pushing this one to a much faster delivery.
Brings in more aggressive Johnson on strike now, and with less than 2 overs, because this is the penultimate over in progress, almost
Johnson
over.
On 40 gets the delivery, which he chooses to go onto the back foot, slaps it out between the man at point and the extra cover. There's a fielder right back on the boundary, that being Humayun Bashir. And he comes in off the boundary and keeps it scoring down to 1. Johnson moves to 41. Lashley's on 10. The total 80 for 4-1. Delivery left in over number 29. And this time Lashley's going on to the back foot. Mistimes it badly though. The ball, you can hear that woody sound coming.
But the majority of the purchase going into just on the extra part of the square.
Just into the ground. So the end of another excellent over by Shitan Patel. 5 overs for just 10 runs. He has sent down Zubair Hussain, who's been in tandem with him, 5 overs for 16 after 29 overs. West Indies 80 for the loss of 4. Lashley on 10, Johnson on 41.
So this is the 30th over in progress now.
Just about to begin.
I miscalculated. I was thinking that we were going to have a 30 over affair. It's 45 overs.
45 overs.
Still going to be 45.
No adjustment to the number of overs despite the late start. It's play delayed by some 45 minutes at the top.
Hand grenade.
Johnson looking to get into position to play a big shot into the onside, eventually finding himself cramped for room, just managing to haul it into the out toward mid-wicket and picking up a single. Not
The
really.
USA team seem to enjoy the thrill of fielding. It's something that you have to do every 6 balls. You
Yeah.
only, all innings long.
Down the
You-
wicket goes
you
Rashi
only-
and lifts this one for the first maximum of the match. A sashaying down the track, William Lashley getting to the pitch of this one and helping it over the fielder at long on outside of the fence here at the windward ground, and we've had the first 6 of the match.
And
William
while they're
Lashley-
fetching that one, umpire Johnson is calling for a spare ball.
Well, as I mentioned, the ball has gone outside of the
The spare balls are here in front of the
so
scorer.
it's going to have to be retrieved. I think one fielder has actually gone in pursuit of the ball. In the meantime, umpire Johnson has been given a replacement ball, but he will consult now with his partner Tremaine Prescott while that ball
He was
is
satisfied
being
that the
sought
ball
in the
was
bush.
good
Has
enough.
actually been found, located, and has been returned onto the field.
So the actual match ball, you
there
should
will
really
be-
hold on to it.
So there will
in
be no
case.
use for that replacement ball.
As
Initially,
yet.
that boundary, that 6 though, has taken the total up to 87. Lashley up to 16, and as I said, the first 6 of the match coming in the 30th over.
A fairly clean hit, very straight as well.
Johnson is a much flatter delivery, not risking to
Repeat.
to flight up another delivery. And it brings John Lashley deciding to play defensively. Here he comes again. Lashley is driving. Brilliantly stopped at short extra cover. Diving effort there by Sanjeewa Weerasinghe. There, that ball struck very well by Lashley, driven to his right and really reaching to his right and hauling it in. Pushed into the outside, they think of a quick single. Lashley has to return again, whereas Singer is in the action, swooping in from that short extra cover position. So once again, we see the athleticism of the USA side.
A lot of shot for little reward and
Looking quite fit.
decent feeling, yeah.
Here is Lashley off the back foot, stroking it out towards square cover. The batsman comes through for 1, and the return comes into the keeper. Can't stop that single though. Narine making his ground quite comfortably. Narine, the runner for Brian Johnson. Over number 30 done. 88 for 4 is the total.
Interesting spell of play there with Lashley defying all the odds and actually getting the first 6 of the match. And he basically uncoiled out of nowhere and put that where he wanted it. But the bowler then got back on his straps and restricted them. So they have decided that they're having the water break.
So yes, it is the refreshment time, and I think this may be a good time for us to do a bit of a review of the proceedings so far. I don't know if Sanchez would allow me the use of her monitor to recap the scorecard. But I can tell you at 30 overs, 88 it is for 4. And let's see. We've got the West Indies invited to bat after USA won the toss. And they have so far lost Ishwar Miraj, caught by Chahabra, bowled by Mohsin Khan for 5. Rajendra Sadeo was leg before wicket to Khan for 3. Narain Badeshi, leg before wicket to Khan for no score. Anthony Sahadio. He was caught by Patel off can for 7 at the wicket. Brian Johnson not out on 42. William Lashley is there on 17. And this pair have so far put on some 45 for the fifth wicket. The fourth wicket going down with the score on 43, scoring at a rate of 2.93 runs per over the West Indies. Looking at the bowling for the USA, we have Humayun Bashir, 5 overs, 15 runs, no wicket. Sanjay Pandya, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs, no wicket. Mohsin Khan, the only successful bowler so far, impressive figures, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 17 runs, 4 wickets. Zubair Hussain, 6 overs for 24 runs. And Shintan Patel, he has bowled 5 overs for just 10 runs. So West Indies invited to bat 88 for 4 in this, the big man over 50s Cricket Caribbean Cup here at the Windward Ground in St. Philip, Barbados. And Martin, it's been quite intriguing so far. The runs have not flowed from the bats of the West Indies batters, but Johnson in particular has displayed excellent fighting qualities and shown some good technical skills in having to survive up to this stage.
Yeah, the game's basically playing in a couple of phases. Opening stanza, we gave that to the USA. They took those 3 wickets early enough. And then a bit of a rebuild with Johnson. And if you check the score, it's 80-something, 88. And
88 for 4.
And Johnson
is 42. He has been there. He's faced some 78 balls and he struck just 2 boundaries. Actually, he struck the only 2 fours of the innings. And the innings that has so far consisted of 2 fours and just the 1 6, which was struck in the previous over by William Lashley.
So the consolidation done by Johnson after those first 3 wickets falling, he's been there steadying the ship, so to speak. And the third phase is now that just as the water break was coming, we saw Lashley unleash that straight 6.
Well, the third of the innings are to come because we're now at 30 of 45, and we will look to see the West Indies would want to actually increase the rate of scoring. Definitely would want to increase the rate of scoring. The United States would want to maintain their position, keep the batsmen in check, and maybe looking at a couple of wickets which may to get into the lower half of the West Indies batting. So a very, very interesting and crucial phase of this innings. Once again, Martin, we noticed a change in conditions. The
Wind's
sun,
picked up a bit.
and the sun has left us. And again, looking up towards
Wind
the
picking
east,
up a bit in this part of the world means look out, the rain may be coming.
coming over off the Atlantic Ocean to the east of the island. But we are about to resume with Patel.
Is it the cheetah? Yes.
You call him the cheetah?
Chitan wicket.
And he has
Well done, wind holder.
Chitan Patel gets the wicket of William Lashley. Martin with the first delivery of the play since the break. Once again, the break has done it.
Once again, wind holder and Martin Paris on air here at this over 50s big man cricket. Flighted ball outside the off and put straight into the hands of the point. And I guess just as they wanted to agree to step on the gas, slightly against the flow of the game. But breaks and West Indies wickets falling usually happen.
Well, Lashley comes back to generous applause by his teammates in the pavilion. He has been dismissed, caught by Kazi. That is Rafi Kazi off the bowling of Shintan Patel. Lashley made
He's
17.
berating himself.
The
here.
wicket fell off the very first delivery after the resumption from the refreshment break. It's 88 for 4 has now become 88 for 5, and making his way to the wicket, Rajendra Mangali. He's going to be replacing
It's a big name.
William Lashley, but a good wicket to be had by Shintan Patel. He has been bowling rather tidily from that and threateningly also from that southern end, and finally getting that breakthrough, breaking that partnership after some 45 runs.
Yeah, it was there to be punished, but I guess with a little bit more timing, it wouldn't have gone straight into the lap of the fielder.
Battles
there.
into the new batter coming onto the front foot, pushing it away square on the offside, offers a signal to his partner Narain, who is running, actually, who was a runner on for Brian Johnson, but the fielder from backward point much too quickly in onto the delivery, onto the ball, as Patel is in again outside the off stump and left alone through to the keeper. So a bit of a spring in his step now, Patel, with that wicket.
Yes,
Very enthusiastic.
tail is up. He's gotten the wicket.
Here he comes and flights this one, coming onto the front with his Mangali. Mangali, a name sounding quite familiar.
That's what I'm saying. A big name
I
there.
think this name was associated with Guyana cricket sometime back in the day. I remember Mangali, and this one flighted well up by Patel, teasing and enticing the batter, but he chooses not to be tempted and pushing it back along the track.
That's the
to
weight
the
of a
bowler.
name. Your name Paris in cricket, not so weighted, but
Here
the
he
name
comes in, good
holder.
delivery and onto the front foot, plays up to mid-on. So getting through that over quite quickly was Patel. A successful one for him and for the USA. Fresh lease of life they have been given with that wicket immediately after the refreshment break. 88 for 5. It was also a wicket maiden to
Yes.
Shintan Patel.
And they continue to put the pressure, the screws, keeping it very tight and tidy in the bowling, disciplined. Just the odd shake-up with the wicket taker for the first 4 wickets, losing it a bit after a drop catch off of his bowling earlier. And now, the cheetah, Mr. Patel, another big name in cricket, coming on and doing the business immediately on resumption. So let's see who's going to come now from the northern end.
So I think we're going to see another left arm spinner that he was bowled before. Sanjay Pandya, am I correct in saying that he's back? Sanjay Pandya is back. Before this, 7 overs, 1 made and 18 runs, no wicket. He started from that northern end, and his first delivery is chopped away square by Johnson, rocking onto the back foot and hitting it through the vacant point area. The ball not having the power though to threaten the boundary at deep point. The man coming around from cover does the fielding, and there's the 1 run completed.
I can hear Wani wherever he is saying, Johnson, when you can square cut the ball, you got to Jenny Fleck. But rest in peace, Wani.
So
You can't Jenny
Pandya-
Fleck with that painful thigh as the ball.
Pandya is again seeing Mangali looking to work this one into the onside for a single, but getting it much too straight to that fielder at the short mid-on position, and himself and the wicketkeeper converge on the ball and sends Mangali back into his crease. A slight change in personnel now in that mid-wicket position as Mangali is driving outside the off stump and not making contact. That's number 6, Zubair Hussain, coming in at short mid-wicket. As this delivery is outside the off stump, looking for a big drive, and appeal goes up for a catch at the wicket because the stumps are not broken, but the umpire Tremaine Prescott shaking the head vigorously in the negative.
Letting his colleague know 2 more balls in the over.
Signals to his partner at square leg, bowls this one right up into the block hole, floating this one up, and the batsman can do no more than come down on it and push it back along the crease to the bowler.
I've often wondered why they talk about he's bowling it on a string versus bowling it through a pipe, but yet still neither of the balls, whether through the pipe or the string.
Outside the off stump, pushing that front pad but a stifled appeal coming from the fielding side. So another very economical over sent down by Patel. I think just the one run. Sanjay Pandya, yes it is Sanjay Pandya, just the one run coming from his over. And at the end of the 32nd, it is 89 for the loss of 5. And you can see there's a bit more busyness about the USA fielders as they move around.
And even if the bowling is coming from a pipe or from off a string, no runs are flowing.
Definitely not runs are flowing. But of course, we would remember that after the partnership between Johnson and Lashley, a new batter coming to the crease. So you will expect a bit of a lull before the West Indies look to push on as the overs become more and more diminished. As my man Shitan Patel is short, hit into the offside. The batsman
walk a single.
Just walking it more or less is Mangali for sure. Bit more of a chip from Narain, who will now take up his position at the non-striker's end as Brian Johnson walks away towards point. Johnson batting with a runner. He is on 44 from some 80 balls faced. As Patel is into Mangali, steered away behind point, not fielded cleanly by the diving fielder there. That being Rira Singh.
Unfortunately, he parried it into the path of his teammate, who did a bit of tidying up.
So that single actually gets him off the mark. Into Johnson onto the back foot, watching that ball clearly and watching it spin across him as it pitches just about middle and off stump and spinning into the gloves. Some hesitancy in playing a shot from Johnson. Luckily for him, the ball going past the edge. He's down the tracks, going for the big shot. The ball is peeling off the outside edge and running over the head of the backward point fielder. The batsmen are going to come back for a second run as the return comes in on the bounce. But again, Johnson looking to play the big shot over the offside and only managing, luckily for him, to find an empty space behind the fielder at point.
Just outside the ring, it bunks and rolled in the lush green outfield here at the Windward Cricket Club.
93 for 5. Johnson is 46, comes onto the front foot. That ball comes off the outside edge of the bat, but going harmlessly along the ground to the fielder at short third man. Short third man, backward point, cover point, deep cover, extra cover, long off. The offside very heavily patrolled as Patel is in, hits this one in the ear, does Johnson, but through a vacant straightish mid extra cover position and just getting the single as the fielder comes in from long off, sends a strong return up to the non-strikers. And Johnson importantly keeps the strike though at the end of over number 33. It is 94 for 5. Johnson on 47.
Landmarks coming up. It will soon be Johnson's half century and then the team century because he's scoring half the runs anyhow. And yeah, a lot of shot for a little purchase, but keeping the strike.
Well, he has faced quite a majority of the deliveries sent down to. I can tell you he's faced some 84 deliveries, Brian Johnson, and we have had some 33 overs, and it will be Sanjay Pandya to continue. Left arm, another left arm orthodox spinner, and brings Johnson onto the front foot, pushes it off the bottom of the bat back along the track to the bowler, Martin.
This reminds me of form level cricket here now. All right, men, scatter. The field is sprayed far and wide now that Johnson is on.
Driving hard into the ground, into a vacant area, down to deep cover. Johnson picks up a single. I think that the United States may very well be quite willing to give the single to Brian Johnson and to concentrate the efforts at the newer batter. Johnson goes up to 48. Mangali, who is on 1, still new to the crease, comes into strike and gets a full toss and hits it down the ground, down too long off in fact. Will only get a single. So he doubles his score, brings the total up to 95, is it? In fact, it's 96. Brings Brian Johnson on the threshold of a half century, 2 runs away. And waits for Sanjay and goes off the back foot. Hits it back along the track hard on the onside. The bowler can't get a hand to it, neither can that man at the short mid-on position. And Johnson picks up yet another single. Brings him to 49. And the total 97 for 5. We are in over number 34. As onto the front foot comes Mangali. Pushes it into the offside. The man from short extra cover comes in and picks up. That's Singer. And there is no run. Score remains on 97. Which comes first, the West Indies 100 or the 50 for Johnson? Steered away behind point, but thinking of going for a single is Mangali, but the ball traveling much too quickly to that fielder around there. That is Mohsin Khan. It is at that backward point position. So that over again, the United States getting through their overs quite quickly. And that is the end of the 34th. 97 for 5. Brian Johnson will have the strike. He's on 49 and looking to get what will be a very, very hard-earned half century.
And vital too to this innings for the West Indies, because as long as he's there, as long as he's there, the runs, at least half of them will be scored, as is the case with him being present now. But you've got an air of expectancy, not so much as the innings comes to a close, but you can sense that there has been a change in gears. The tactic of giving Johnson the strike and attacking the newer batsman only serves to give Johnson those necessary landmark runs, which he's about, one away now from his 50. And the West Indies total creeping close to 100.
Patel 7 overs, 1 made and 15 runs. Wicket continues with his 8th over, and Johnson is onto the back foot. Hits it hard down the ground. The applause goes up for what I would call a very workmanlike half century to Brian Johnson. That 50 coming off some 88 balls. He's been at the crease for exactly 2 hours, 120 minutes, and he has struck the 2 boundaries, the only 2 fours of the innings so far. So he's 50. The total is 98 now for the loss of 5 wickets. The next delivery played square in the offside by Mangali, and a dot goes on to the monitor of Sanchia Barrow, our scorer statistician. Chitan is outside the off stump, beating the probing bat of Mangali. The bails whipped off by the captain Parakananta, but again the batsman not leaving his ground.
Yes, and a fighting 50 by Brian Johnson.
Hard-earned, workmanlike.
Painful. And
Well,
I'm not talking about on the eye, I'm talking about on Johnson himself,
yes,
because he's
been having a
had to
runner.
use a runner.
He had to use a runner for quite some time now.
But, you know, we know about Possum Kia, Possum Videnter. So he would know what to do in the midst of adversity.
Well, he can.
Because he thinks he can.
Because he thinks he can. Onto the front foot comes Mangali. That ball bouncing onto the glove and pushed back on the offside, falling on the offside of the pitch. 98 for 5. Shintan is outside the outside. Mangali is swinging at the wind. And it's become quite breezy here at the moment as this cat and mouse game between the sun and the clouds continues. The sun is back with us. We've had some 35 overs. The total is 98 for the loss of 5 wickets. And
so a player is going back onto the field, and he was asking the coach if he could bowl. But I'm not sure that the amount of time he spent on or off the field will allow him to do that.
Well, here comes our man Sanjay Pandya, I think just completing that over, and he has now sent down Pandya 9 overs. So that's his full allotment, in fact. Each bowler allowed a maximum of 9 overs. He has sent down 9 overs, 1 maiden, and picked up no wicket, conceded just 22 runs. before coming off the field. So
Well, we have a moment. Well, congratulations. You took a wicket first ball after the water break.
No, actually, the other leg spinner did, Chintan.
Right. Okay, right. You were bowling from the other end.
Yes,
That's
yes.
right.
But it looks like a good track to bat on. It's just maybe more so rotating the strike is the key on this surface, and spinning is working. Spinner is working on this surface.
I'm going to let you catch your breath with me for a few, as that one is punched square by Johnson, and it's a single. How come you guys from America don't, you're old guys and you're enjoying the game?
Absolutely, absolutely, and so is everybody else, all other teams, and it's amazing. The quality of cricket even at this stage is just fantastic, I think.
As the next delivery comes in and a swing and a miss, you're supposed to be old and miserable like Statler and Waldorf. You're not supposed to be enjoying cricket at the age of over 50.
No, not yet, not yet. I think new 50 is not new 40s, but new 30s now. So, yeah, we are enjoying thoroughly, and this is an amazing ground and surface, and the staff is wonderful. And
How often do you guys get together? I mean, it is a whole United States of America.
we don't get together that much, but the way we have organized our tournaments back in USA, that's really picking some good players who is available to play overseas, and I guess it shows in our bowling and fielding and hopefully in batting also.
Especially the fielding.
Yes, there are some good players. We put a lot of emphasis on, especially our captain Parag Ananta and coach Vitala. Their emphasis mostly on the fielding because everybody bats and bowl well for playing all these years. Now, fitness is the key, I guess, for all these 50s teams.
In a golden era. Thank you very much for your time.
just in time, the completion of a new over from Zubair Hussain. A maiden over, I think it was, on Sancho, was
Yes.
it? Actually, no, there's just a one run coming from that over. And
The one that Johnson hit square.
Well, yes, that early in the over, Johnson did pick up a single. But 99 it is for 5 after 36 overs. Presently, Brian Johnson there on 51, having completed his half century, and Rajendra Mangali is there on 2. We faced some 24 deliveries, Mangali, for his 2 runs. So, the U.S. bowlers really making it hard work for the West Indies batters.
And as Pandya said, fitness first and then everything else falls into play. They're having a few adjustments in the field here now.
So Brian Johnson batting with a runner, in fact, is drawn onto the front foot, pushes this one back along the track to Shintan Patel. Patel again, another one of the impressive USA bowlers.
So the long off and the long on
So
deep
Brian-
in the cow corner. Cover and extra cover.
Well, those are the boundary riders. You've got some 4 boundary riders, in fact.
And all in front.
Patel is short, outside the outside, chopped away square. Batsman can't score a ball traveling much too straight and much too quickly to the man there at point, just forward of point.
And there
That
is
is-
no one behind the popping crease. The wicket keeper is the most northern of the fielding side.
Driven hard into the turf, back along the track, well fielded by Shintan Patel, who has really enjoyed this spell. You can see him oozing his body language, suggesting that he really is enjoying his work. This time, he's beaten this ball, looking to dive away to his right, but helped out somewhat by the stumps at the non-striker's end. The batsman unable to score, although he misfielded it, the ball cannoning into the stumps. And
Fortunately,
negating any possibility of a run.
for the
It remains 99
non-striker, he
for
was within
5.
his ground.
Patel into ball to Johnson. Johnson is coming forward, taking it on the pad. The ball well outside the off stump. As we say, a good afternoon to one of the cricket ladies. One of the... How can I describe her? How do you describe Lana Nurse?
You said one of the cricket ladies.
One of the
Like if
cricket
they're more than one.
Or the cricket lady.
Oh, okay. And then everybody would know you mean
End of an
Lana.
over, Martin. We get back to Lana because I think it needs to be noted that Shitan Patel has come to the end of his spell. He's bowled a maiden to bring it to an end. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs he's conceded, and the 1 wicket. And he has helped to really restrict the scoring of the West Indies batsmen. Very, very good control he has exhibited, and causing problems for all the batsmen who faced him.
90 and 9?
90
And 9?
and 9.
This
90 and 9 is the
on
total.
the cusp, the verge of?
After 37 overs. And so the West Indies batters would want to really make a move on now. We've got some 8 overs remaining to be bowled in their allotment of 45.
So here we go.
And it will continue
It's
to
the
be
business
Zubair,
end of this
Zubair
innings.
Hussain, right arm off spin, into bowl to Mangali, and Mangali having a big swing. Mangali has been at the crease, Martin, for
Long enough.
25 deliveries,
Long
but
enough.
it has not been for the lack of trying that he has not been able to score. Played a number of shots in anger, but not really timing the ball or wide. So that brings up the
credit to
100
the
Martin.
bowling. Yes, sorry.
The 100 brought up with an extra. So
we want
100 for 5 West Indies. As again, Mangali goes for a big swing. The ball is going to land in no man's land ahead of that fielder coming in from long off. So he gets off the strike.
mute recognition of the 100 coming up by the West Indies team. They're in deep discussion in their own little
Something
huddle.
of an anticlimax coming with a wide.
With a wide.
I think that may have had something to do with it.
But yes,
So Zubair to bowl to Johnson. And Johnson is hitting this one down to the fielder coming in off the boundary at long on. And
if I
just
was batting with
another
you
single.
in and he keeps underarming those returns, we give the nod, and that's 2 runs anytime we play it to him next time around.
Well, good thinking, good awareness, Marty. I don't know if he actually physically able to do it, but mentally you've been able to decipher that.
Yeah,
that
I'm
the
still playing my
possibility.
football. They keep me away from cricket. I'm still playing my football.
102 for 5. So we're to Mangali hits this one down the ground on the bounce to the fielder again there at long on.
This time he bowls it in.
That's Patel down there at long on.
So there's no strength in the arm unless that's one of those tricks that they try to use to fox you into actually saying, well, he's got a weak arm, let me push for a second at your peril. But it's worth it at this point in time with the 100 up.
103, actually 103 for 5. As Johnson in strike off the back
Ooh,
foot, and I think
and Mike
he has been put
Tyson.
down with the keeper,
Oh.
whose praises we have been
Oh.
singing all morning, Martin. And the first time he actually has a chance to make the dismissal, puts it down, but Johnson onto the back foot, looking to cut, getting a very thick edge though. I think to the credit of the keeper, it was a very difficult catch to take. He was unable to hang on. Johnson gets another life, and the West Indies at the end of 38 overs, 103 for 5. Johnson getting a life on 52.
Yeah, well, it would have been the dangerous Johnson who would have been dismissed, not taken. That's one of the dangers of being up close. I remember seeing Mike Findlay at Kensington Oval prior to 2007, of course, wicket keeping to the West Indies Pacers. And when I asked Uncle Mike, what madness are you doing at that advanced age? He said, no, in St. Vincent, they don't have that much flat land. You'd get a pitch, yes, but you had to be close because by the time the ball got to you with the slope away from the square, you'd have to be accustomed to wicket keeping right up.
Yeah, Mike Finley, at that time it would have been the combined islands rather than the separation of windwards and leewards.
Yes.
And I think one recalls him standing up to none other than Andy Roberts at one stage in quite, well, we should say fading light. Not
And-
the best light in the world,
And a young, fiery, ferocious.
but he
And
was an excellent keeper.
Sir
Mike
Andy.
Finley.
Yes.
One of the better keepers of his era.
And they were telling me about Renford Pinnock. Penny from Jamaica was another stylish one.
Yeah, but quite a few wicket keepers around the West Indies in those times. So it's going to be our man, Martin Humayun Bashir, who started the bowling and bowled excellently from the southern end without reward. He would have bowled some 5 overs for 15 runs, and he returns into the attack at the start of the 39th over. First delivery is to Mangali coming onto the front foot and pushing it back along the ground. So Bashir, right arm, medium pace, passes umpire Chris Johnson and bowls the delivery into the pad, and the batsman looking to work it away into the onside. The ball travels out towards backward square. Actually got a bat onto that one because no signal coming from umpire Chris Johnson. So we've got umpire Chris Johnson and the batter at the crease, Brian Johnson, as
no commercials for Johnson and Johnson. I don't want you to say that on air.
But what we can say is that the batters have called with the reintroduction of the medium pace of Bashir. The batters have called for their helmets.
I'm not going to talk out LY's business, but I'm going to give him top marks for being a meteorologist because he spotted that the swirling clouds and the cumulonimbus, we're getting about 6/8 octaves of low to medium cloud mounting, and where we are looking directly east of us is starting to give the impression with the picking up of the wind. If we get through these next few overs, there may be a break with a rain interruption coming. That's the way it is in St. Philip. I don't know what Lyndon Yard knows about St. Philip. I'm not going to ask him, but he's a sufficiently well-appointed young gentleman, as that one is slapped straight to the man here at extra cover.
One more to the total, one more to Brian Johnson. He moves up to 53, 105 for 5 West Indies. Johnson again walks away to backward point, to a position at point as the Narain comes into the position at the non-striker's end and goes through for a sharp single with Mangali. Return overshadowed by the man coming in from square leg, from backward square. That man being Shaitan Patel at this time, but backed up in the offside by Fazal Alam. So the batsman can add to the score. Is 106 for 5.
So are you going to take a wicket with you?
Johnson again in strike. Bashir into him. Johnson is driving powerfully, square of the wicket. They complete one and will only get one. The man from deep cover, Rafi Kazi. As a matter of fact, that's Sunny Singh at deep cover.
No, you didn't say his name is Sunny Singh.
Sunny Singh.
That's a Guyanese jockey. I'll have to ask Lyndon if Sunny Singh also plays cricket.
The offside crashed away, back for the point. Sunny Singh is back in the action, comes around to his left, picks it up in his left hand, sends a return on the bounce to the keeper.
Not bad.
And the batters complete another couple of runs. So Mangali making a bit of a move on. He's up to 7 from the Mangali. He is on 7 from the 37 deliveries he has faced. And after 39 overs, West
39
Indies
overs gone.
109 for 5.
109
109 for
for
5.
5.
39 overs completed as the field changes around for the start of the 40th over.
So, this is the 40th over in progress.
This is the 40th over about to commence.
Your spell has been immaculate. You've taken wickets every time you've been on.
Well, I guess
Are you going to carry any
I
with
think
you?
the West Indies can't wait for Lyndon to come back on commentary.
But the other aspect of it, as we bring fair and balanced commentary, the only 6 of the innings also happened while you were on.
Well, yes, I would concede. I would give any. I would take 5 wickets for 1-6 any day. Off
And
the back foot
powerful.
goes Johnson. Hits this one out towards deep forward of point, and only gets a single. The outfield, though, I don't. It hasn't been running, and I don't think the batters have gotten full value for a lot of.
It's
their shots.
deceptive because it doesn't look fluffy, but yet still it is slow
I guess
enough
it has
that
something to do
when
with the moisture that is
here
in
you
the
go.
ground. Going for a big swing. This one is
High,
gone
high.
and brilliantly
Yeah,
caught
yeah.
on the long on boundary by our man Shintan Patel. Magnificent catch, Martin, as Mangali went for the big hit, struck it well too. But the man on the boundary, quite aware of his position just inside the rope, pulling the catch out of the air and maintaining his balance to complete the catch.
Almost hopping onto the bench at that northern end, but well judged, well taken, a lot more height, and didn't have to move much at all.
So Mangali caught by Patel off the bowling of Zubair Hussain.
And look at the incoming
Mangali
batsman.
making 7, the total 110 for 6. We've had 39 overs and 2 balls, and Ian Drakes, the new batter, coming to the wicket.
A man known more
I
for
think we can
his
take this
pace.
opportunity also to introduce Lyndon Yard back into the commentary with the fall of that
the wicket.
and see how to describe the action as the West Indies look to a grandstand finish.
Yes, thanks very much, Wayne, and let's hope that the wickets that fell were the last wickets to go with you, and the West Indies can see it out.
I thought he would stay to the end of the over, and then he would have gotten a 6 after the fall of the wicket because he was responsible for all the wickets while he was on air,
Most
as
of-
well as all of the 6s.
That's right, because in my spell I only had one boundary, and that's a ball that was spanked past point for 4 by Brian Johnson. And
Well,
Ian Drakes is the new batsman in.
Correct. Well, I tell you, we have a little bit more time because the 12 substitute fielders are still coming on. Lyndon, if any team had to depend on the commentators to actually cause them to be scoring runs or taking wickets, then they're not ready for cricket. I'll leave that there.
Johnson on 59. He's batted exceptionally well. He's held the innings together. 110 for the loss of 6 in the process of the 40th over. As Drakes will have his first delivery, and he plays outside the off. Doesn't make contact through to the keeper.
He negotiates that one well.
I'm not so sure he negotiated. He played at it. He nibbled at it. He did well, not got an edge. As Hussein, a right arm off spin. His ball all is the was from the northern end. This one is hit up to the fielder who's patrolling that short straight mid-arm position. That is Rafi Kazi.
We're in rural
on his
Barbados.
on his control.
An agricultural stroke, if I've seen one.
Who's
Fitting.
seen-
Oh, well, turned away to get off the mark. Does he, or is that off the thigh pad?
Leg by signal by the umpire.
Leg buys.
111 for the loss of 6, and it brings Johnson back into strike. He's batted exceptionally well for his 59. He's held the innings together, and in the final 5 overs after this, I'm sure he's going to go fairly deep. You'll want to bat right down to all 45 overs. 59 against his name, Sahal's in. Waits on Hussein, who's into him, and he's spanking it off the back foot out to the field off the cover boundary for a single. That is his 60th run, and with that concludes over number 40. Let's come up. 40 overs. West Indies asked to bat first against the USA. 112 for loss of 6, with Johnson on 60, and with him.
Yes, and Johnson continues to be the glue to the West Indies innings. Now, we would talk about Yuhu and Gloy, but up in St. Philip, we would talk about the Clamage area. As you look around the boundary, you see a few of those trees, and that's the adhesive that Johnson is.
Trees that once were very popular in Barbados. In certainly my younger days, used to make
Great for
kites,
kite
etc.
making.
And that's also become a thing in the past. It's fading out slowly. As
And
technology's
apparently you
taken
could
over.
eat them as well, you know. The ripe ones taste rather sweet.
Well, I've never ventured that far. I've always preferred to use them to make kites. And it's going to be
in St. Philip. They're the
Bashar to continue.
favorite nesting place for the wasp. So you got to be careful when you're getting your climate cherries for your pasting that you didn't disturb a wasp nest.
112 for the loss of 6. Start of over number 40. Number 41. And it's going to be Bassar operating from the sudden of the ground. And the keeper goes down and he's in. And Johnson is whipping it up to the straight mid-wicket position. Let me take you around the field. There's a short third man backward point. Cover on the boundary. There's a long off, long on. And they're both 3/4 of the way. Deep mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and the square leg in position. Johnson makes a few exploratory steps. Has a big heave. Doesn't make any contact.
Because the difference for this, the wicket keeper is not up to the stumps for this particular bowler.
From Bassar, the opening bowler.
And a good afternoon to you too, man.
As here is Bassar into bowl to Johnson, and Johnson has an almighty heave, so he's losing his shape now and looking to go big at this stage. And Ian Drakes will come down and just have a few words with him.
Yeah, low percentage shots. I mean, the ball is there to be put away. There is room within the ring. If he looks directly in line with us, he would be able to bisect where his runner is and the mid off and extra cover, I believe. Yes, there you go.
100
Doesn't have to go all the way down.
12 for the loss of 6. As here is Bassar into bowl to Johnson. Johnson slashes square. The field at backward point has no
There
chance.
you
The
go.
fielder from third man is after it. They take one, they could turn, they come back for 2. And 2 runs achieved.
And they took one in the air, so yeah.
And
And I just want to get the attention of Wayne Holder for a few seconds. As
the
field
score
shifts around.
remains 114 for the loss of some 6 wickets in over number 41. Bassar will now do business to Johnson, and Johnson is going for an almighty heave, and the ball comes off the edge. Third man has a long run across, and once again they're going to come back for 2, so not really intended. So and they get by signal by the umpire. 2 more to the total. 214 for the loss of 6.
You know, it's funny. I was just talking about the wicketkeeper standing back to the bowler. He's come up now, and
Johnson on 58. He retract that as this delivery is outside in the off stump. Looks to run it down to the third man position. The keepers come up to the stump. The over number 41 is done and dusted. Johnson has 58 from 107 deliveries with
He's
2
not
fours.
pleased.
He's done a lot of running. And they can tell you that Drakes is yet to score. West Indies in by the bat first, 116 for the loss of 6 of 41 overs. Current scoring rate of 2.83.
we were talking about the condition of the ball in terms of having to change it when William Lashley hit the 6. But have you noticed that they haven't actually changed the ball during the course of the innings for instance, becoming greasy like a dunk seed? Or, you know, the seams or whatever affected by the moisture on the outfield.
Not to distract you, but Johnson has 3 helmets. I think he's going to send all 3 off now.
3 helmets, and now he's going to get his caps.
We'll give you a synopsis of the scorecard at the completion of the innings. 116 for 6. This is the start of over number 42. And as I said, all 3 helmets are going to come off. So Johnson replaces his helmet with a maroon
Cap.
West Indies cap. Ian Drakes is going to have strike. And Narang, who opened the batting and finds himself back over in the middle as a runner. Is that the non-strike?
Doing a lot more as
and
he...
here is the bowler on the way in, and Drake swings it through mid wicket and through square leg.
4
The
runs.
fielder has absolutely no chance, and the ball goes into the boundary for 4.
Would you say in the approved manner of a lower order batsman?
He said if approved manner.
4 is 4.
Alam into the attack. Fazil Alam. And
Another
first
big
delivery
name.
Swung through mid wicket. So 120 for loss of 6 in over number 42. Drakes on 4. Alam into bowl to Drakes from the northern.
Bowl him!
Beautifully bowled, slow delivery, took the weight off. Drakes was through it much too early, and a good Yorker left delivery as well. So while A good comeback there for Alam, who was hit for 4 after the very first delivery. And his second delivery gets the wicket of Ian Drakes. Out bowled by Alam for 4. West Indies up to 120 for the loss of 7.
And Drakes tried to make the adjustment there as he went through the stroke early, but still, that one dipped through. And it would have been nice to see it coming in as he was playing it neck and crop, I believe. But through the gates and bowled. That one was one of the best balls of the day, I suppose.
Yeah, beautifully bowled, well disguised, good slow delivery. And Drake's looking to go and go deep and go big. And in the end, he reverts back to the pavilion as Zaman Amin, the captain, goes to the crease.
And now we get a closer look at Drakes' bat. It's almost bigger than Drakes himself. Huge
Amin,
bat.
yeah, the captain, goes to the crease. And it is 120 for the loss of 7. 41.2 overs gone. But Johnson still there, has 58 from 107 deliveries. He's struck 2 fours. So he's done a lot of running, keeping his fitness level up. As it's going to be Amin who will have strike right away. And you would have to agree with me, Martin, unless you are biased, that the USA has definitely had the better part of the game throughout from the inception of the toss.
And the other agreement is your prediction for this weather interruption as it's coming directly in line with us.
Well, it seems to be going back more to the right now. To our extreme right is okay. It's directly ahead that once we continue to get this high breeze and we can just push it down, we'll be okay.
Yes.
Not
And the other thing that came to mind is that there's a Sunny Singh playing in the
Alam
USA
into
squad.
ball at Amen, all A's, and this one is drilled up to the field at the long off position, was off the boundary. One more to the total, 121 for the loss of 7. So Amen opens his account.
Off the mark straight away.
Bit lately introduced into the top. Fazil Alam. Right arm medium pace operating from the northern end. The end for which the right arm offspin Moshin Khan picked up 4 wickets and had the West Indies backs against the wall. Sunny Singh patrols the deep mid wicket, the square leg position on the boundary. There is a short third man backward point, cover on the boundary, cover in position, long off, long on, straight mid wicket and short mid wicket. As Alam is in to bowl to Johnson, and Johnson drives pleasantly straight down the ground. And the fielder from the long off comes across to his right, and they can turn and come back for 2. So 2 runs achieved. So Johnson with those 2 moves to 60. It's now up to 122 for the loss of 7. And we are in the 42nd over of 45, the schedule. And 1 game rained off. The other 2 affected by rain. Alam into bowl to Johnson. Into this delivery, Johnson slashes it over point. They're gone for 1. He's going to have to run pretty close to the boundaries. The outfield is thick. They're going to turn and come back for 2. And 2 runs to Johnson. So with those 2, he's up to 64. And it is now 124 for the loss of 7. And Martin, I can tell you there's a bit of chill in the breeze now.
It's picked
so
up as well, and the trees on the eastern end, and our head honcho
Alam
is shoving it all the way.
moves into bowl to Johnson. Looks like go to by outside of the or something wide signal by the umpire. Short and wide. And Johnson just thrust in the left pad, allowed
The
it to go by.
senior resident meteorologist is shoving all of the ready weather away. Yeah, again,
125 for the loss of 7.
how is that going to affect how the bowler is bowling with this stiffer
Alam
breeze coming in now?
on his way into bowl to Johnson, and Johnson is driving in the air. Long off comes across, and the ball falls just inside of him, and they turn and come back for 2. So 2 runs. So big shot there by Johnson, high in the air. Long off is pretty straight, and the batsman took 2. And 1 short.
Yes.
1 short is a signal. So it's 126 for 7, and
That's the
infringing.
over.
And I think that when you rob your batsman of a run, 1 short, and not the
Especially
ideal,
running with a runner.
not at this stage, not acceptable at all. So 125 for the loss, 126 for the loss of 7, 42 overs done and dusted, with Brian Johnson not on. I'm just gonna wait to get that corrected.
It's got increasingly dark.
And
So these clouds that are bypassing us have actually gone and blocked out the afternoon sun.
Amin is on 5
Mm-hmm.
and Johnson on 58. So we're down to the final 3 overs. 126 for 7.
So here he goes.
Johnson is now put back on the helmet. Actually, he's still without the helmet. The captain, Amin, is on strike.
Right.
Has 5 against his name.
It's going to see some stuff here now.
And
Oh, brilliant.
delivery, which he's looking to run it through the cover region, short, but on the line of the off stump, and he played outside the line. He loses his off stump pushback, and the West Indies are now 126 for loss of 8 as Amin goes back bold.
It's
And he
hard.
made 126 for loss of 8.
It's hard, Lyndon, to figure out whether or not he was making room or if the ball deceived him off the pitch. And at the end of it all, another wicket, as the rain that you said was not going to come has come. And I think we're going to have that interruption after all, yes. The ground staff belatedly rushing to get it. And what a time to have your wicket fall, because one more ball and you would have still been out there after the interruption. But perhaps he sensed it was coming and tried his best. Well,
So the news is that the rains that you called, Martin, has finally arrived, and it's now, I was saying, if we could get the wind have gone to the east-west rather than the southeast, that would have created the problem. But there's a high breeze, and the cover is now being put onto the square. So at the break, forced by rain, 126 for loss of 8 of 42.1 overs. 42.1 overs.
so I'm frantically trying to guide
We
the
would
US
give you a
fielders
recap of the scorecard
away from the
momentarily. The
cameras.
news that the West Indies side were invited to bat first by the USA, and the player got going, and this has been part of the problems we've been having the last couple of days. Remember, we are in the tropical rainy season here in the Caribbean, the Atlantic hurricane season, which culminates on November 30th. So we're in the latter part, hopefully the last part. And there was a period of time where we really needed some rains in the country. It was extremely hot and parched. Now it's extremely green and somewhat windy and wet.
And 56 years ago, on the 30th of November, this was the kind of weather that they had. So the action has been halted temporarily.
So as we look outside to the far southern side, we are seeing a little bit of white, a lighter white, but it's still raining, and not the best signs at the moment. And not trying to get ahead of ourselves, but I suspect that very well the innings of the West Indies could very well
Has
finish at
closed.
this stage in 42 point. Get you that momentarily, as the covers are still being put onto the square, and it really doesn't look good. 126 for 8, 126 for 8, 126 for 8, and 42.1 overs, 126 for 8, and 42.1 overs. And good news, it is getting a lot lighter on the southern side of the east, and
Yes.
that rain, as I told you, is heading down to the western side.
And we just heard from some of the
26 for 8.
US players walking by. They have
Take
officially
lunch?
taken lunch.
Yes, so it means then that the innings would have come to a conclusion at this stage. 126 for the loss of 8, 126 for the loss of 8 of 42.1 overs, and it is still raining somewhat, but it's getting a lot brighter.
And the good thing about it,
Southern side, you just need that wind to continue to push the rain over, and it means on the resumption, but we have to wait on the official word from the tournament organizer and officials of this game as to where do we go from here. And I dare say I'll put my money on there being a resumption at some point in time, and that is in the not too distant future. So 126 for 8 or 42.1 overs. And Martin, your thoughts on what's transpired thus far?
Well, the wickets kept falling at a steady pace, but Brian Johnson, being like the Rock of Gibraltar, anchoring the West Indies innings, and as you and I observed, just when things were reaching a crescendo, a fall of a wicket, down came the rain, and as quickly as they got the covers on, the rain has stopped virtually. Strong winds blowing it away, but it's been a keen contest. For once, the ball is slightly nosing ahead of the bat in this one. This is not one of these instances where you've been seeing the ball clobbered into the deep and out of the ground on a regular basis. And we should be in for a reasonable, balanced approach to the rest of the match, as we are officially at
so
lunch.
you aren't missing any play, but we can tell we are at lunch, and we can also tell that the rains have abated. The sun is very much making its way back out, and the covers are still on the square. So at the break, when the rains came cruising across the ground, the West Indies invited back first. They reached 126 for 8. 126 for 8 or 42.1 overs. A top scorer by Johnson of 58. Not out. And we will give you an up-to-date scores as soon as we come back. Martin, for your thoughts and impressions, and then you have the final say before we go to lunch.
Well, it was just to tidy up the broadcast element of it. We should be back on resumption because as there is no play and we're at lunch, we'll just have this score up, and if you keep following the ticker, you'll be able to get any other updates as to targets, resumption, and possibly any other information on the other matches as it comes to hand. But for now, on behalf of the voices you've been hearing, thanks for being with us for now. Until the resumption of the run chase, I'm Martin Paris.
and finds it way down to Ian Drakes, who's patrolling that short third man position. There's no run, still 8 without loss. The US looking to get to a total of 133 to win. William Lashley was caught by Sunny Singh off the bowling of Patel for 17. Rajendra Madagali, he was caught by Patel off the bowling of Zabir for 8. Ian Drakes, and this ball is played to backward point. There's no run. Ian Drakes was bowled by Fazal for 4. Captain Zaman Amin was bowled by Umani for 5. And then we had Farid Hossein, no score. Extras 19, as there were 4 byes, 3 leg byes, 11 wides, and 1 no ball. Total of 126 for loss of 8 off 42.1 overs. Here's Amin on the way in the bowl to Singh. And Singh is driving still in the off stump. Doesn't make contact. Taken cleanly by the keeper. And just to give you some bowling figures. Bashar, 7.1 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. 7.10, 23-1. Sanjay Pandya, 9.9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22. 9-1, 22-0. Motion Khan sent on 7 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 17. 7-3, 17-4. Zabir Hussain, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. 9-0, 31-1. Shinta Patel, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. 9-2, 16-1. Amin is in outside of the off stump, and the batsman's swing allows it to go by through to the keeper at the end of the over number 2. A good over, and in search of a target of 133 for victory of 42 overs. The USA, they're 8 without loss. Martin.
Yeah, it's tidy over there. Not quite probing, but at least it was containing in its line and its length. And who knows who will, as they say, lose their composure first. It's a battle of nerves here now.
And just to continue those bowling figures, to Shinta Patel, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16. And Fazal Alam, 1 over for 10 runs. He picked up a wicket. And it looks as though Ian Drakes is going to continue. 4 of wickets, 1 for 12, 2 for 13, 3 for 18, 4 for 43, 5 for 88, 6 for 110, 7 for 120. And the 8th wicket fell with a total of 126 of 42.1 overs. And at that point in time, the rains came and immediately ended the innings of the West Indies. So Drakes to bowl to Kazi. Slashes it square over point. Go close to the boundary. The fielders after it. And they're going to turn and come back for 2. So Drakes again short and wide and being hammered around here. And the ball chased down to the boundary by Ashwar Moraj.
Yeah,
and 2 more to the total. It is 10 without loss.
Bit of a steepler there. It went higher than it went wide. And unfortunately, it didn't get the full purchase again. The batsman, it's the second time he's gone in that area, and they've made the slight adjustment now to put the third man short-ish. And they've also, there you go. Well, you see field placings? A short third man and then a backward point somewhere down on the boundary. And something went wrong there with the radar, and that one went down the leg side, signal wide.
So it brings Kazi into strike, and he totaled up to 12 without loss. So I wouldn't want to ask you where your money is at the moment. Are you back in the US or are you back in the West Indies? Where's your money?
I'm actually backing Safi Joseph to surpass last year's earnings with less wins overall in his North American career.
You're taking a cheeky way out. So just to give you some stats. As he was paid for a leg before, no ball called by umpire.
Oh, there.
Prescott, Tremaine Prescott.
Sound the buzzer. Free hit.
So free hit coming up. And just looking at Ishwar, who's age 59, he's an all-rounder. And matches played, 15 matches, 106 runs. He's taken 20 wickets.
Mm-hmm.
So good returns by Captain Zamin Amin. How close a rhyme is that? Zamin Amin.
Slamming, jamming. Don't get me started on the rhymes.
So it's 13 without loss. We're in over number 2, the target 133. Here is a division slap through the covers. Lovely shot. We run close to the boundary. The fielder ambles after it, and they come back for 2 in a free hit. So 2 more to the total.
And the
And
fielder
it's
is
all
walking in with the
USA at
ball.
moment.
Lyndon,
Without loss.
the fielder is walking in with the ball, and it's okay.
I'm going to pick up something that you haven't picked up as yet. Both batsmen are wearing the number 10 jersey.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen that in football before?
Yes.
Where the players wear the same jersey on the same
When they're
on
playing
the same side?
when they're paying respects to someone like Messi who wore 10, or the Maradona Memorial, everybody wears the same number, but the name is what you'll see.
Well, here's Drake's on the way in the bowl to Kazi, who's coming forward, plays the ball. In the dark, you will get a single.
No one's covering the stumps at the non-striker's end.
By signal by umpire Prescott.
So when Lashley picked up the ball and was about to turn on fire, he realized that wisdom would dictate he keep the ball and just accept the single,
16
because
without loss.
no one backed up at the non-striker's end. It's interesting. You've got a TV umpire responsible for front foot no balls, and the question I ask is, aren't back foot no balls anymore?
And here's a short delivery that seems to have jumped at Singh. And he gives the impression he's not happy with it and played it off him. But what is important is that he's still there. And no addition to the total.
Drake's finally finding the length that the USA bowlers were hitting in the start of their innings, which kept the West Indies batsmen on their toes.
Here's the hit in the air. The fielder goes after it, number 37, and he spills a simple catch.
Well, you said it was simple, but he ran to his right, over his shoulder to his left, turned in about 3 different directions, got a hand to it, but who knows?
Well, you know, catches win matches, and at the moment, it really should have been taken under the circumstances.
So it's 1-1. The
17 without loss.
the USA team spilled a few.
In over number 3. And,
So at least both teams have to buy a round of beers in the bar when they're finished.
Drake's at the top of his mark, goes past the umpire and bowls. The delivery to the batsman is allowing it to go by. Thought of running it down to third man, slipping the gully in position. And that concludes over number 3. Done and dusted. It is 17 without loss, with Kazi on 5, Singh has 7. More from you, Martin.
Yeah, well, at least the tempo and flow of the start of the run chase going after this target, it's not the pedestrian, hamstrung, shackled version of when the West Indies batsmen were in. These two at the wicket have issued their intent, and that's the 3rd shot in as many overs that's gone in the same general area, spooning and going somewhere between the point and square of the wicket. Stronny, his timing is immaculate.
So it's going to be Amin to continue. Left arm between the umpire and the stump. And there is the batsman stretching onto the front foot, and there is no run. So Singh wearing the red helmet,
Yes.
Kazi in the blue helmet, both sporting number 10, 17 without loss. Cut and a miss outside of the off stump. That one made some height, good bumps there for Zamin.
And along with the red helmet, he's also wearing those neon.
So a very prominent player has
Shoes.
just joined us.
Oh, yes.
The most influential player at the National Stadium. Tucked away, short delivery down the leg side by Singh. And one more to the total. 18 without loss. The target 133. The revised target 133 off 42 overs. After the West Indies in his fold at 126 for 8 off 42.1 overs. It's going to be Kazi to have the strike. Let me take her on the field as a slip. Short third man backward point, cover as there is Kazi onto the front foot. There's no run. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And the square leg is now going to come into the extra cover position, or is he going to go to
Silly?
short, silly mid off? He's gone into a silly position.
Stupid.
So silly
Not
mid off.
silly. That is ridiculous. I'm not sure
Just in
why at
front of the
50
bat.
anything they would want to be there.
And here is Kazi in. Did we toss up outside in the off stump? Allowed to go by Kazi.
Good judgment there.
So interesting field change.
Is that one of those ones that's more in your line of sight than anything else?
That is it. Did we outside of the off stump? The batsman forces off the back foot. There's Kazi. Can't pierce William Lashley, who patrols that cover point position. That's the end of the over. 4 overs done and dusted. The USA, they've moved up to 18 without loss, seeking to get to a target of 133 off 42 overs.
Well,
Marty?
I've been told by Hold to hold for an over. So, before I tell Strawn that I'm gone, you were talking about rhymes. Let Holder know I'll be here for another over.
So Sunny Singh on strike.
Drakes again.
Drakes to continue. It's not really created any problems for the opening pair.
And again, the wicketkeepers opted to be up to the stumps for
So
Drakes.
take you around the field. There's a slip in position. There's a gully, backward point, a sweep on the point boundary. Cover in position, mid off, mid on. And Lashley at square leg doing a hit high in there. Magnificent shot! Oh my lord! That was hit with disdain. Magnificent shot by Sunny Singh. Did be pitched up and he climbed into that. Magnificent shot over long off. And the shot of the day for 6.
And held the form and the poise for the cameras. And the thing about it is, he was waiting for it to get into that slot for the whole day. This could be over in a jiffy.
Well, it forces the captain to make a change.
No slip.
He's now pulled the
Slip.
gully out of position. He's going to put in the mid-wicket position. Long on, long off. And that's a very disdainful shot by Singh. He wakes on Drakes, who moves in to bowl to Singh, and Singh is hitting his. Oh, beautiful shot over mid-wicket for 4. Oh, magnificently played by Sunny Singh. In tremendous form, he's played 2 shots of great authority. The first delivery was spanked over long off, and then a short delivery, he whipped it over mid-wicket for 4. And in a hurry, he's up to 16, and it is 28 without loss. As I said before this over, Drakes really wasn't threatening. And once again, now the field is going to spread far and wide. So the captains sees a reason to send the field out into the country. I also suspect this could be Drakes' last over unless he could produce a wicket.
Well,
Singh
the
on
batsman
rampage.
showing, yes,
Struck
Singh.
10 and 2 from 16. Drakes under the hammer. Moves in and goes past umpire Prescott and bowls to Singh. Singh launches in the air over the extra cover region. The fielder for long off has a long run around. They're going to turn and come back for 2. So 2 more to Singh. He's up to 18. And the USA have progressed to 30 without loss in the process of over number 5. And the Drakes has been bemused.
Batsman Singh doesn't seem to be limited in his stroke range. We thought he liked to spank it square, but he's also playing in front in the V's because we saw him go for the 6.
Well, long off has gone right back on the boundary. Drakes, how does he come back? Comes in to bowl to Sunny Singh, and Sunny Singh gets a short delivery. Looks to cut it. Might have reckoned he missed out there. Looks very annoyed with himself. Short delivery was asking to be spanked. There's a point on the boundary. So
Thank goodness the wicketkeeper was wearing a helmet also, because as he was getting on his toes, Singh,
it remains 30 without loss.
the
Over number
wicketkeeper,
5, the target 133. So another 103 required. And they have the better part of 37 overs. Here is Drakes in. They'll be pitched up, driven back to the bowler. And that's a news flash.
a dot ball.
Dot ball. Second dot ball in succession. Drakes looking for the Yorker. Good delivery under the circumstances. Not a good over.
Do you think he remembers how he got dismissed and maybe he should try one of those?
From the northern end of the ground. Goes past umpire Prescott just about now. Goes to Singh, and Singh launches it. Hit high over mid wicket. That's going to go. Does it go all the way? 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. A delivery on the line of center leg and whipped away over mid-wicket before the end of an expensive over by Drakes. As that over comes to an end, the USA have progressed to 34 without loss, and Sunny Singh rushes up to 24. His partner Rafi Kazi is on 5. The target 133. Martin, you're about to leave me, but you want to have your final say.
I'm going to make a clean departure.
We're going to make a double change because my good friend Kurt Strong is also going to join him.
I'm going to make a clean departure. Lovely, enterprising batting. And hopefully the West Indies can adjust to see if they can stem the run flow of the USA to keep this one from an early finish. Over to you, Lyndon, Wayne, and Kurt.
Yes, so as Kurt prepares to get his feet wet, I could tell you that the US Air Wayne, as you rejoin me, are totally in charge at 34 without loss, looking to get to a target, a revised target of 133. After the West Indies made 126 for 8 off 42.1 overs.
Well, if you came to the ground, Lyndon, and you looked, you would see that the sun is gone behind the cloud. But sunny is shining, definitely. He's been bright and shining brightly too. Getting the West Indies, the USA team off to a very enterprising start. 34 in just 5 overs. Complete contrast to the struggles of the West Indies team when they batted.
Here is Amin into bowl to Kazi. Kazi's on the front foot. Played on the offside, so there is no run. Looking to keep it quiet. You would need to break this partnership if he's going to get the West Indies back into the game. Brian Johnson, a top score of 58. And a total of 126 for 8 off 42.1 overs. Here's Amin into bowl to Kazi. And Kazi's forward and drives back to the bowler. Partially stops it. And there is no run. So just for your interlude, Wayne, for your preference, Sunny Singh sports the maroon helmet and Kazi sports the blue helmet, but they're both sporting number 10 in the jersey. So you don't want to go by the number.
Well, yeah, I recognize that when I was taking the list of the players, it was outlined to me. In the field, they were also different headwear while they were in the field.
A single taken.
Identify them.
35 without loss, the US. In over number 6, being bowled by Captain Amin. As he's into bowl to Singh, and Singh is he plants the left leg first, as though the intent was to go down the ground, and then he pulled the left leg back, allowed the ball to pitch, and played it off the back foot. So safe batting by the young man. He's reached. Went up another drive, another gear last over. Here is Singh, waits on Amin, and now he launches this one straight back to the bowler. Does well to stop it, partially stops it. And Singh gets a single. So at the moment, Wayne, you will have to say that the USA are the side more comfortably placed and positioned.
Well, yes, as I said, a very enterprising start by them, and a relatively small total. One would have had to take into context the fact that the outfield is very, very slow, and that may have accounted for, I can say, about 20 runs for when the West Indies team batted. So, given that context, the fact that they have gotten off to such a good start, though, really puts them in the ascendancy.
So, at the end of over number 6, they are 36 without loss. The US in search of a revised target of 133 of 42 overs after West Indies made 126 for 8 of 42.1 with Brian Johnson a top score of 58. How do you see it?
Well, the Sunny Singh definitely has shown his intent. Definitely, I'm not.
You think he's related to Robin Singh?
One wonders. One can only wonder. But we are going to see the first change of bowling. It appears Shanda Paul Singh is going to be taking up the attack from the northern end of the ground. So forcing the hand of the West Indies captain here, this opening pair.
So C Singh to S Singh.
Sing to sing, they are singing.
And it looks as though he's, from the look of things, I'm going to suspect the way he throws his hand, he's going to bowl right down the leg spin.
Leg spin, looks that way.
Looks that way,
Yes,
and it
very
is.
much so.
And the Singh is forward to Singh. His first ball of leg spin. So the first toss of leg spin we've seen for the game. And Singh respectfully forward. Let me take her on the field. There's a slip backward point. There's a slip in a gully backward point. And this will hit high in the air. The field at mid-wicket is on it. William Lashley takes the catch. So the first wicket goes Sunny Singh, caught William Lashley bowled Chandapal Singh. Two. Dot in the wicket. So 36 without loss becomes 36 for 1 as Fazal Alam goes to the crease. And the prize wicket of Sunny Singh comes back, caught off the leg spinner. And immediately the leg spinner striking being holder to give the West Indies a chance.
Well, yes, very much so. Getting a bit greedy there, Sunny Singh. He struck it well. I mean, that ball was in the slot. The shot generally was on, but didn't have the power to carry over the head of that man at deep mid wicket in that cow corner position. Comes back to hearty applause from his teammates. But he has given himself, his side actually, something of a jump start to this fairly modest target they're chasing.
Yes, a fantastic knock by the young man under the circumstances. Here his 35 came off 17 deliveries, 2 fours and 1 6, and it was a shot of the match. A ricocheted, rocketed out of the ground over long off. This disdainful shot off the left arm fast bowler Ian Drakes.
Well, yeah, just in time to see that one as I came back up from in the back of the pavilion. Quite disdainful, quite a disdainful shot by Sunny. So we now have no longer that Singh problem because Sunny's gone, so it's only Chandapal Singh now.
So the right arm leg spinner. And Fazal will have the strike right away. Number 172 in his bat. Here's Singh on the way into bowl to Fazal. And the leg breaker toss up is a P for a leg before. Not out says umpire Prescott. There's no run.
Very hopeful appeal. The batsman stretching way down the wicket. And Chandapal Singh seems to be giving the ball a good rip, floating it up quite generously and looking to deceive the batsman in the flight. We've already seen that there's quite a lot of bounce on offer in this windward pitch, so I guess he will enjoy that element.
As Singh is in to bowl to Alam, and Alam is driving elegantly along the carpet up to long off and will amble the single, which will move the total to 37 for 1 in the process of over number 7. And the target beginning to look very meek, very small. Motion Khan, 4 for 17. Bashiri picked up 1 for 23. Hussain, 1 for 31. Patel, 1 for 16. And Alam, who's at the crease, 1 for 10. And it's going to be Singh to continue. And he'll be bowling to Kazi, and Kazi is stroking it off the back foot. They're going to amble the single, and the long off had a long run across to his left, and the batsman content they're in charge of, so I think there's no urgency here whatsoever as they move to 38 for the loss of 1 after 7.
Well, yes, Lyndon, and you know you're playing Masters over 50s cricket because normally with much younger legs, a ball played into that open space, the batsman would have been hustling, looking for 2. Immediately as that shot was played, everyone on the field knew that was only 1.
That's a good way to define it. And well said. Good example. And just to go through the scorecard, Maraj, he made 5. Sadeo, he made 3. Bidishi, he made 0. Johnson, 58. Sadeo, 7. Lashley, 17. Mangali, 8. Drakes made 4. This one is cut out to the fielder who's patrolling that position there at the Mangley. He has it under his control. He only made 8, Mangley. Drakes made 4. The captain made 5. Leaving Hussain not out on no score, 19 extras. And here is the batsman stretching onto the front foot. That is Kazi. And there's no run, it remains 38 for 1. This is the 8th over in progress. I have 42 available to get 133. A revised target after the West Indies finished at 126 for 8 when the range came of 42.1 overs. Here's Amin on the way, and Kazi is driving. Finds that fielder at a short mid-off position, very, very short. It'll be a very extremely short mid-wicket. Very short. Probably there for the catch, the lofted drive, and here's a drive. And knocked down by the fielder Mangley, who has it under his control. Good fielding, patrolling that cover region, so they have a slip in position. Short third man, backward point, cover William Lashley, cover point, sorry, William Lashley, cover. Short mid-off. Then there's a fielder 3/4 of the way on the mid-off boundary. Mid-on, wideish mid-wicket. That's the field. As Kazi races on a man who's into him, left arm between the umpire and the stump. Short delivery, pulled it back to the bowler on the bounce. So Amin has gone good so far. His 3 overs has cost him 3 runs. And he's yet to take a wicket. He's into bowl to Kazi, and Kazi is looking to sweep the P for leg before not out says the umpire with a firm shake of the head. And at the end of that over, it is 38 for the loss of 1 with 28. The batsman out and Sonny Singh. Take a little break and just introduce Kurt, and then I'll replace you when he comes back in.
Well, the West Indies bowlers looking to work their way back into this match. It was threatening that opening partnership between Ali and between Sonny Singh and Kazi, looking to take the game away from West Indies, but I think the fall of Sonny's wicket has given some life to the West Indies effort. As I say, good afternoon and welcome for the first time today to the fourth member of our commentary team, none other than Kirk Strawn. Good afternoon, Kirk.
Good afternoon, Ian. Good afternoon to all viewers and listeners. Here at the Windward Ground, where the West Indies Masters are playing host to the USA team, Wayne Holder. The USA team, you would think that the USA team are the home team, large and in charge here at 38 for 1 after some 8 overs. Tossed up delivery, which is driven down the ground. Gone for 1, that's all they'll be. In fact, he's coming back for the second and rightfully sent back by his partner. Score up by 1 more to 39.
It's called the Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup, Kurt, featuring the Masters over 50 years of age.
Big man. Guys who've been around cricket for a very long time. A flighted delivery, a lofted to the left of the man at long off. They've gone for 1, good bit of work by the man. Going around to his left way, and what you said, it's over 50s cricket, but the man at long off, he got it wrong well and speedily as well, Wayne Holder. As 1 more to the score, should take it up to 40 for 1. We're in over number 9. 8.2 overs have been completed thus far as a flighted delivery outside the off stump. Steered into the short third man region where it's fielded by, looks like Hussein, running back there in the number 19. Nareen Bidesi in the number 19 jersey. Comes from the island of Trinidad, representing the West Indies Masters. A flighted delivery by the leg spinner. Brings the batsman Azam forward. Wayne Holder, no run resulting. So some good tight stuff. The scoring rate has been significantly reduced since the introduction of the leg spin.
And since the dismissal of Sonny Singh.
Flighted delivery. And will Lashley get around this time? Yes, he does it. I thought Lashley was a bit casual there in approaching the catch, Wayne Holder. But good work by Lashley in the end, restricting the batsman to 1 as the score goes up to 41 for 1. We're in the 9th over of the innings.
Well, young Shanda Paul Singh, I almost said young Shanda Paul Singh because of his size, quite a petite, diminutive figure.
So far, 1.5 overs. Wayne Holder 1 wicket, and he just conceded some 5 runs. He's on his way into bowl, a flighted delivery, which is punching the offside straight to the man at point. He'll have to hurry. All's well that ends well. He managed to recover. He didn't go to the point of no return there. So at the end of over number 9 with Kazi on 8, and with him is Fazal Alam. He's got 3 in pursuit of a target of
134 is the target.
134 a revised target. 134, and they've got all of 42 overs in which to do so. The USA team, the USA Masters, Wayne Holder, 41 for 1.
Well, somewhat in the ascendancy, but the leg spinner, Ashanda Paul Singh, nice floaty style of leg break. Not a lot of pace onto the ball, and challenging the batsmen to make their own pace. And so far, he's shown excellent control also.
Some would say, Wayne, that Ashanda Paul Singh is a typical old school leg spinner, giving the ball lots of air and allowing it to do something off the pitch surface.
Well, yes, and you will notice that there is very generous bounce to be extracted from this mainward surface.
Captain Samin Amin continues to bowl his left arm orthodox, operating from the southern end of the ground. Before this 4.1 overs, he's bowled 2 maidens being holder, but he's yet to pick up a wicket. He's on his way. Bowls a short delivery, which is punched down to the man at mid-on. Looks like BDC again.
Yes, it is.
In the number 19 jersey. So some good stuff by the captain. He doesn't look totally threatening, but he's doing a good job. He's doing a good, tight, restraining job from this end.
With good control, very much in control of what he's doing. He's getting the ball to put the ball exactly where he wants to put it most of the time.
On his one way once more into ball to Kazi, and Kazi's driving into the offside. 2 fielders in attendance. The youthful looking Mangali, Charlie Mangali, way holder, comes from Central in Trinidad, Charleville area. He's been around for quite some time. Was now recently sacked as the selector in Trinidad, the chairman of selectors of the Trinidad Cricket Association, as him. Bowls a delivery, just beating the batsman out outside the all stump. Stifle appeal coming from the keeper.
Looking for a big drive. The keeper being Rajinder Sadio.
So some good tight stuff continues to be delivered here by the captain. 4.4 overs, 2 maidens so far, just considered for a short delivery down the leg side. Wide. And just as soon as we gave him some plaudits being holder for being consistent and being economical, he bowls away.
He bowls a straight delivery. Commentators curse.
Score up by
Cannot
one
be
more.
avoided.
43 for 1. 43 for 1. We're in the course of the 10th over of the innings. Remember, they have all up 42 overs in which to get up to a target of 134. So not a lot of scoreboard pressure as the captain on his way. Flighted delivery, well flighted, well bowled, well played in the end. There was the batsman, Kazi, coming onto the front foot and driving a flighted delivery back to the bowler. No run resulting.
I think that is Alam.
Amin, captain, left arm, passes the umpire, bowls another tight flighted delivery on top of the off stump of the batsman. Equal to the task, coming well forward way and holder. Batting part close together. So at the end of over number 10, 43 for 1 in pursuit of a target of 134.
Well, good, intriguing stuff. A good battle between bat and ball. The West Indies players looking to control and contain this pair for the USA, and the game not really taking a decisive swing in either one direction after the dismissal of Sunny Singh. It certainly was the momentum definitely a lot with the USA until his dismissal.
Yes, man. Although no pressure at all. As I was saying, as I look at the score, the commentators' laptop here, the required scoring rate is just about 2.53, and they're currently scoring at 4.30. So on top of the run rate, all they need to do is keep wickets in hand, and they should ace this run chase. As the leg spinner bowls a flighted delivery, which is driven into the offside, straight to the man in at short extra cover. Looks like Hussein this time. No run resulting. The leg spin of Chandapal Singh passes the umpire now. Another well flighted delivery. There's the batsman attempting to dab this one outside the off stump. Ball coming off the inside portion of the bat and narrowly missing the leg stump. But all's well that ends well.
Difficult to tell from this angle, Kurt. That very well might have been the googly. That might have been the wrong one. The batsman looking to steer it down to third man. The ball coming off the inner edge and past the leg stump.
So Chandapal Singh with the bag of tricks. There's a flighted delivery, ball coming off the outside portion of the bat, goes into the point region where it's fielded by the captain, Azim. Zamin Amin.
Building some pressure here, Chandapal Singh.
Yes, nice and tight. Another flighted delivery. There's
Very
the
good
batsman
delivery.
coming forward. The batsman Kazi, he's on 8. Yet to really show any real signs of aggression. Much like his dismissed partner, delivery driven. It's down to the man at long off. The batsman will amble one, and in this era of cricket, or the age of cricket we holder, you wouldn't expect to see a lot of hustling between the wickets.
Well, I'd be quite surprised if there was. But these guys are still very good movers. You would have to give to say.
Singh into bowler delivery. There's a loud appeal, and he's been given out caught at the wicket. He's been given by the standing umpire and order, so he's been given out caught at the wicket. Umpire Tremaine Prescott makes that decision, and the leg spin Chandapal Singh and holder. He has been tight, and there he is forcing another error and holder. So the leg spinner coming into the attack and immediately causes some concern and picking up 2 quick wickets as well.
Well, falling, yielding to the pressure that I alluded to earlier that Chandapal Singh has been building as the inability to get the ball away, to get the ball into the gaps, to even rotate the strike and score singles. And the batsman feeling the need to get on with it and looking for a big shot and offering a catch. Well taken behind by keeper Anthony Sahadio. So just let's see the dismissal. It was the other Kazi who was. I'll await the monitor to. I'll await the monitor to adjust itself. But very, very good delivery, very, very good bowling, very good pressure built up by Chandapal Singh. He picks up a second wicket, and since his introduction, the game beginning to swing in a different direction. I see a number 1.
Number 7. Mohsin Khan. Mohsin Khan.
Or Mohsin Khan. Yeah.
So the new batsman is Mohsin Khan wearing the number 7 jersey. And so far the USA Masters team would have lost 2 wickets. That of Sunny Singh, he was caught at deep mid-wicket off the bowling of Chandapal Singh by William Lashley. And then we had the dismissal of Azin, who was caught by the wicket-keeper Sadio off the same bowler Singh. So Singh with a double strike basically at the end of over number 11. I can tell you that the USA 44 for 2 as we head straight into over number 12 with Captain Zamin Amin continuing the attack from the southern end of the ground. Before this, 5 overs, 2 maidens, just for 5 runs. He's on his way. Bowls a delivery which is being driven sweetly into the offside, but straight to the man coming around to his left in a extra cover. No
that
run.
Man Chandapal Singh again in the action.
In the thick of things. Well, he's a really small man, so it's kind of hard to say he's in the thick of things, but he's been busy. Delivery driven straight to that man again. And yet again, he does good work. 2 dot balls already into the over and holder. The captain continues to be very economical and very, very tight.
Amin is his name.
There's something not quite right with Singh. No, seems to have injured his finger. We're going to need a medic if one is here. Need some plaster.
Luckily, it's not his bowling hand. It's his left hand.
So they're asking him to go off to the field and get some running repairs. We've got a few medics on hand, so all should be good with his spinner.
Yeah, quickly. I left yet again.
So you're not missing any cricket here as all the players and the umpires are showing a bit of concern for the injured Chandapal Singh. Remember earlier today the West Indies Masters won the toss.
No.
In fact, USA
won the toss and
decided to invite the West Indies Masters to bat, and they, in their turn at the crease, they didn't really show a lot of urgency in their stroke making, Wayne Holder.
Well, yes, it was a rather, how can we put it? The situation was not one. It was one where the bowling was quite tight, and it was a matter of survival for most of the time. More attritional kind of a game when the West Indies batted. Brian Johnson batted excellently. He fought his way all the way and refused to give in to the pressure built by the USA bowlers. They bowled and fielded very, very well.
So you would say a typical Brian Johnson innings, got in, dug in, and then tried to accelerate that.
Gutsy, very, very gutsy kind of innings. Yes, that type.
So
Well,
there was
we
no
didn't get that.
acceleration.
But a very gutsy innings by
And you know, our
Brian
producer, Mr.
Johnson.
Philip Hackett, is one who calls a spade, and Philip is adamant that there was no acceleration coming towards the end.
Well, there was no acceleration at any time.
So we're back to
I think there was just
here
a
now.
matter of some 3
The
4s
score
and 1
on
6 in the innings.
44 for 2. As Zamin Amin, the captain, balls are the richest flighted, fielded by the man in at cover. It looks like Ian Drakes, who came in
Drakes.
for some rough treatment.
In that very same position where Shanda Paul Singh just vacated.
As the captain, very, very tight. Balls another tight delivery, ball punch off the outside portion, goes to the man coming around from his right at backward point. A good bit of backing up in the end.
We can take a look at the field, Kurt. Very heavily populated area behind the wicket on the offside. There's a slip, there's a fine third man, there's a wider third man, there's a backward point, and then there's a man at a cover point position. So
A man in a short extra cover.
and a matter of some 6 fielders within that area, and he bowls a full toss on the pads.
Going for 1. They've come back for the second quite easily. They'll think about the third. And there is the man Mangali this time. And the batsman, good bit of running, completing some 3 runs. So as soon as you describe the offside field, then the bowler decides to bowl a
Well,
full
that's what I'm
delivery,
saying.
which is swung backward.
The captain really letting his side down. I mean, there we talked about 6 fielders between cover and slip. And then here is a delivery, full toss on the pads, pull away square on the onside. And although the ball never even threatened to go up to the boundary at deep square leg, the batsman had enough time to come back for 3. And 3 runs in this over 50s cricket, Kirk, is quite an achievement.
Definitely. So as the score goes up to 47, delivery outside the off stump goes through to be taken by the keeper at the end of over number 12. The end of over number 12. Remember, they have all of 42 overs being holder in which to get up to 134 for victory. The USA team, if you're a betting man, you would say they're large and in charge.
Still very much in control at this point in time. Everything in their favor. Lots of time, and as you mentioned earlier, no scoreboard pressure. The bowling itself has been fairly steady, we must say. But I think that the key to the game at this point in time is this leg spinner, Ashanda Paul Singh. He is the one who appears to be able to produce the kind of deliveries.
It's going to be quite interesting now, because remember, he was just injured, and the only good thing about it, if there's any good thing about getting injured, is that it's not his bowling hand. But we'll have to see, because an injury at this age is still an injury. So let's see if it affects his delivery, if it affects his line and length. Let's see if it affects his composure, because he's been bowling very, very well. And a brief update, Canada all out for 97 in the other game. 97 off some 24.4 overs. Graham Castanov 3, Ahmad Ali 5, Brian Randajri 13, Arif Talati 3, Jai Sikara 11, Kulkarni 22, Yunus Motara 2, David Mohammed 2, 14, Rudy Gibson not out on 1, and Kiran Paul 2. Bowling for the West Indies B side, West Indies A side, Ken Mears 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. Kenneth Jidhari 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 14. Emerson Jordan 5 overs, no maidens, 4 for 18. Ronnie Gittins 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. And Hayden Archer 4.4 overs, 2 for 24. And in response, the West Indies A side, there are 2 without loss.
In the meantime, a couple of runs to bring up the 50 for the USA. So that 50 coming in the 13th over.
51 for 2, 12.3 overs. I can tell you that Kazi, he's gone up to 16, and with him is Muskin Khan, who's yet to open his account, as a delivery which is beating the batsman outside the off stump. Ball goes through to be taken by wicket keeper Sadio Mahidio. Anthony. Shanda Paul saying was a flighted delivery. Very slow indeed. We Holder giving it lots of air. And the batsman this time equal to the task, coming on to the front foot and stifling any spin that was on offer. And the score will remain on 51 for 2 in over number 13. A delivery outside the off stump. Punch pass. Mangali at point. They've gone for one. They should easily complete 2. Mangali's onto it now. And the return is on its way. So at the end of over number 13, I can tell you the USA team, in pursuit of a target of 133, they are 53 for 2.
Well, bringing up the 50 in that over, and this pair easing it along, as we keep mentioning. Not a lot of pressure on the batting side, no scoreboard pressure for sure, and just a matter of accumulating the runs as they come on offer. And United States very much in control up to this point.
Quickly, I'd like to bring up the stats on the 50. Coming up in the 13th over, I can tell you that Kazi, he's on 18 and he's faced some 49 deliveries, and with him is Kian. He's yet to open his account. He's faced just 1 delivery.
Kian opened the bowling, Kurt. Quite impressive with the ball. So very much of an all-rounder coming in at number 4 after opening the bowling for the United States team, for the USA team.
And a real all-rounder where he dominates in both areas.
Well, we'll see.
So it looks like there's going to be a bowling change now, Wayne Holder. The captain, Zamin Amin, coming out of the attack.
It looks like Farid Hossain is going to be taking it up from the southern end.
And he's going to bowl a whippy leg spin, Wayne Holder.
Yes.
He's going to be very, very quick through the air. I played a lot of cricket with him in Trinidad. He's going to be very, very quick through the air.
Sounding like the Samuel Badri type?
Yes. The older version of Samuel Badri. And I'm not so sure that he had quite the same amount of success as well.
Okay.
But similar delivery styles.
Similar style of delivery.
Starts with a shortish delivery. The batsman coming onto the front foot and playing it into the backward point region where William Lashley is in attendance, and there will be no run. Over number 14, the start of over number 14 is Farid Hossain. Passes the umpire now from the sovereign end of the ground balls. A delivery outside the off stump, short, cut straight to the man Lashley in that backward point region again, and yet again Wayne Holder, no run resulting.
Once again, we have a similarly set field, some 4 men behind the bat on the outside. Then there's a deep square cover and a shortish cover, orthodox cover.
As Hussein passes the umpire now. Flighted delivery this time, beats the batsman aside the awesome. There's a loud appeal from wicket keeper
Sahadio.
Umpire Tremaine Prescott at square leg, shaking his head in the negative.
Quite sure that the batsman had not left his crease.
53 for 2 Wayne Holder for the West Indies Masters to get back in this game. They would need to get some wickets and get them quickly.
Well, yes, but your man Hossain, Farid Hossain, beating the batsman on that occasion with one of those quickly push through deliveries outside the off stump again, fast leg break again outside the off stump, playing and missing is Mohsin Khan.
So 4 dot deliveries already in the over. Wayne Holder, a bit of pressure building, slight pressure. As Hussein on his way, passes the umpire yet again from the sovereign end of the ground balls. Delivery to batsman is forward, a bit tentatively coming onto the front foot this time.
Well line delivery though on the middle and leg stumps. The batsman actually getting quite far forward, pushing that left pad down the track.
53 for 2 in over number 14. A delivery outside the off stump, and that's going to be a maiden over as well. Well bowled by Farid Hossein Wainholder.
Very
All
well.
the deliveries in this over on or about the off stump and forcing the batsman to play coming onto the
Spinning.
front foot.
Well, yes, very, very good over. Good for the West Indies. They would want to, as you said, build as much pressure as they can, try to curtail the scoring as we see the signal of the end of the first power play. That coming after some 14 overs. So the end of the first power play after 14 overs. I think the
53 for 2.
I think the United States can claim the honors in that first power play.
Yeah, definitely. Scoring at around some 3.79 runs per over, just over 4 runs and over. I feel the required rate of 2.64. So definitely they would claim the honors in the first power play. And I don't think that the West Indies Masters can afford to spread the field and give away those easy singles now. So they will need to keep those fielders on the ring and try to restrict the batsman inside the circle, forcing them to chance their hands
To
and
look for
create
shots.
some chances.
Well, yes, we see how they go about it. At the moment, we are seeing some 3 fielders on the boundary. One of those persons coming into play now as they come back for a second run to the fielder at the long on boundary. The field spread quite deep behind the bowler.
It was quite interesting. I didn't know if you picked it up with a holder, but after the delivery was struck back to Chan, the ball saying he jerkily pulled his hand away. So we knew he picked up an injury, but it may be a little bit more serious than it initially looked. Yet again, delivery driven down to long on. Ian Drakes, the opening fast bowler, is in attendance. The batsman will only get one this time as Drakes bowls in his return. So one more to the score. 3 runs already off just 2 balls off his over Wainholder.
Nicely stroked down to long on, and as you mentioned, if the field is going to be set deep, then it makes the job of the USA that much easier by just having to stroke the ball into the open spaces and pick up the singles.
56 for 2. We're in over number 15. It's being bowled by Chandapal Singh, operated from the northern end of this windward ground. Was a flighted delivery, which the batsman is
Beaten outside
the off stump, not taken cleanly for the first time by the keeper because he's been doing some excellent work behind the stumps. Must say the keeper he looked quite competent behind the stumps.
Not so sure the batsman might have got an edge on that one. The body language doesn't suggest such, but he just bungled the take, bouncing quite generously again.
Flighted delivery, full delivery driven down the ground. That's 1 to Ian Drakes coming off the long on boundary, restricting the batsman to 1. Score goes up by 1 more to 57. 57 for 2. We're in over number 15. Remember, we have all of 42 overs in which to get up to a target of 130 for the USA Masters.
Quite sensible approach though by these 2 batsmen, stroking the ball down the ground where the fielders behind the bowler are all placed deep on the boundaries. We've got a long on, a long off, and a man at a deep straightish mid wicket.
If you were a captain of this team, would you be inclined to bring one of those fielders up or both of them, trying to create a false drop?
Well, at least the long off, I might very well be trying to induce the batsman to try to go over the head of the long off fielder by bringing him up into the mid off, into the circle at mid off.
That is conjecture. The reality here is that the end of over number 15, the USA Masters at the water break, the scheduled water break, the drinks break, there are 57 for 2. I can tell you that. Kazi, he's on 21, and with him is Khan, he's on 1. Chandapal Singh, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 16, and Farid Hossein, 1 over 1 maiden. The bowlers in operation at the break.
Well, the pressure very much on the West Indies as they go into their huddle. They are now defending a matter of some runs required. 57. Another 70 runs required by the USA in all of 27 overs. So, like I said, quite a lot. The pressure is on the West Indies team to get wickets. I mean, the situation demands that the West Indies be able to pick up some wickets, get among the USA get among the USA batting lineup. But so far, the USA team still very much in control.
Well, yes, and as you look through the West Indies team, trying to find a bowler who can cause some inroads. William Lashley is yet to come into the attack. You know, usually on the local scene, he's really, really economical, and he can pick up a few wickets as well.
Right arm off spinner.
What about Morris?
Anthony Morris, I think he's carrying something of a niggle. I'm not expecting to see him bowl, to be honest with you. But yes, that is a very potent weapon that they're not going to have to use, the West Indies.
And Brian Johnson is a practicing leg spinner these days.
Well, some hopeful leg spin normally. Occasional bowler, as you said, been bowling more than the occasional of recent. But I think that's more of a hope. But I think William Lashley's spell is going to be crucial to the West Indies team. I think he's one of the more penetrative bowlers that they will have, that we know of. A couple of names.
Mangley used to represent the Wanderers club in Trinidad as well. He played a bit for Trinidad in the 4-day and the 50 over versions of the cricket, and he used to bowl a stiff medium pace, get the ball to do a bit through the air and off the wicket. I'm not so sure now at this stage of his career if he can still master those arts.
With the shine off the ball not exactly new anymore either. One would have expected that type of bowler to be more effective with a brand new ball.
So we'll
but,
see.
Well, yes, we'll have you said it is
innings.
Yeah, we can only speculate, but what is to come will unfold in front of us as this evening progresses. The weather seems to be holding quite well up to this stage. But we are going to have a resumption after the refreshment break. I think that would be the final break before, as we head down to 3:30. I don't know how important it's going to be. The light as we go closer to 5 o'clock and after 5, I think the light will come in to be a factor once we reach that 5 o'clock hour. But at the moment, still an hour and a half away from that, and only 70 runs to be made. So that may not necessarily come into the equation at any point this evening.
It will be Hussein to continue from the southern end of the ground. On strike is Khan. Khan is getting a flighted delivery, which is driving back to the bowler. Well fielded by the bowler Hussein in his follow through. No run resulting. Start of over number 16.
We shall be leaving you shortly, Kurt, as I bring Lyndon Yard back in to the commentary position.
Short delivery, slap to the man at cover point, and Mangley, he didn't feel cleanly, and with his blemish allowed the batsman to complete a single as the score goes up by one more to 58 for 2. We're in over number 16. It's
remember the target, 134 in 42 overs.
Delivery which is punch to the man of extra cover. Looks like Ian Drix in attendance. No run resulting.
Slight adjustment in the field now, Kurt. We've seen a few more players in attendance in front of the wicket on the offside.
The flighted delivery. The batsman lofting it over the infield down to the man at long off, who did some work coming around to his right and restricted the batsman to 1.
And with that single, we see Captain Amin going into a second slip fielder, not second slip position. He's still fairly wide, maybe third, fourth slip. He is.
Hussein into Khan steering the delivery past the man in the gully region, down to short third man, and picking up a single as the score goes up to 60 for 2. We're in over number 16. It's being bowled by Hussein. Remember, he started with a maiden being holder. So some would say that over conceding 4 runs by his standards is a bit
really expensive. Yes, he has done away with that white slip, and reinforced the field in front, as this one is
short delivery, slap down to mid-on, and the batsman had enough time to complete 2. Good bit of running by this pair, the pair of Kian and Kazi. Good bit of running by this pair. At the end of over number 16, I can tell you that Kian, he's on 24. Kazi's correction is on 24, and Kian, he's on 3. And the United States Masters, USA Masters, in pursuit of a target of 134 at the end of over number 16, they are 62 for 2.
Another good over for the USA team, just picking up the singles, actually picking up a 2 in that over. So just milking the West Indies bowling at this stage, as they remain very much in charge. As I said, I'm going to be handing over to Lyndon Yard, Kirk. I'm going to leave the cricket commentary at its best team, Yard and Strawn, to control proceedings for the rest of the evening.
Well, I guess the commentary would be in CFRs now. That partnership has been together for years.
Well, yeah, this is almost probably 20 years or so now. You know, this is maybe some time for an anniversary now.
And all before you go, we were speaking about it at the break, and immediately William Lashley will be introduced into the attack from the northern end, bowling his off spin.
Well, right, it was just a matter of time before he was introduced. Very much recognized as an all-rounder, with his major strength being his bowling.
Passes umpire Prescott, which is turned into the onside for the square. That's excellent running by this pair.
Well, yes, and the ball played perfectly into the gap. The man Mangali at the short mid-wicket position, not even moving to help to prevent the single, and forcing the fielder from backward square to come around.
So one more to the score. Score goes up to 63 for 2 as Lashley bowls a short delivery outside the off step, wide, called by umpire Prescott. Taken by the keeper. Lashley passes the umpire yet again. Goes a flighted delivery, which is driven back to Lashley, and his follow through does well. Wearing the number 02 jersey. Ask his Mangali to come a little straighter in at mid wicket. As he's on his way, passes the umpire yet again. Goes a delivery, which is driven for the square. They've gone for 1. That's all they'll be, as the fielder there looks like Daniel.
Says Daniel.
Daniel comes around to his left smartly, and on the hands is returned back to the bowler in Lashley, and the score up by 1 more to 65 for 2. 65 for 2. Kazi's on 25, and his partner Kian, he's on 4, as this delivery is bringing the batsman Kian forward. No run resulting. Back to Lashley, trying to come into his own. Usually very, very economical in all of his spells. He's on his way once more. Was a short delivery. Slap for the square. They've gone for 1. A lot of work for the man, Shana Paul Singh, coming all the way from mid-wicket to do. Long on, coming around to the mid-wicket region. And the batsmen have enough time, ample time, to complete 2 runs. 2 more to the score. Takes it up to 67. 67 for 2. Being holder.
Well, that innocuous delivery from Lashley on that occasion. Rank long hop. Lucky not to be put away into the boundary, but managing to get it into a wide open space at mid-wicket. And picking up a couple.
So at the end of over number 17, with the batsman steering a short delivery down to short third man and getting easy single way and all. I think this is where you will make your exit.
Take my exit.
The score is 68 for 2. Your partner.
And reintroduce, as I take the game looking very much in the favor of the team batting at the moment. The sun again re-emerges, so it gives us hope that there is not any chance, immediate chances of any interruption. But at the moment, money, as a betting man, the money will be put on the United States to get home. Lyndon Yard.
Thank you. Good to see you're going out in US dollars, Wayne. Just to give you an up to date, Sean, to bring you up to date with that other Zone A fixture game being played at Weymouth, where India made 119 for 8 off their 20 overs. The game originally was supposed to be 26 overs, so we reduced to 20 overs now. And Wales with a revised target of 119. They're 8 without loss. I can tell that Berry got 33 for India. Bumbler got 3. Baradin got 8. Gopal Krishnan got 31. Dungria got 8. Pretender Singh got 23. Sharma got 8. Gopal Krishnan 31 as I said. Sharma 2. Verghese 5. And Rahman 1 with Shabraman not 119 for some 8 wickets. And the bowling figures for Wales. Moringa Singh, he got 1 for 27. Leeds, he got 2 for 20. Khan, he got none for 19. Hudson, he got 3 for 27. And Reese, he got 1 for 23. So Wales 8 without loss, chasing 119 off 20 overs. Back to you, Sean.
Yes, back here at Windward. The USA Masters thus far large and in charge, 70 for 2. Lyndon, we're in over number 18. It's being bowled by Farid Hossain. And this yet again, a delivery outside the off stop. The batsman attempting to steer it into the region. Wait for the signal from the umpire. In fact, by signal by the umpire. So no bat at all involved. No bat at all involved. As one more extra or sundry goes into score. Ladies, laptop Lyndon, 71 for 2. 71 for 2.
Chasing a target of 133 or 42 overs. Here's the division swept. Lovely shot over the mid-wicket region. They've gone for 1. They're going to turn and come back for 2. The field is onto it now. And that is Sadeo. And they've come back for 3. So a good run in there, Sean. 3 more to the total.
Excellent running between this pair. That's one of the characteristics of this partnership so far. That's one of the more pleasing sides of this partnership. They've been running well. Whenever the ball is struck into the outfield, they've been pushing and pushing extremely hard. So another tree, and this I think is the second tree that they've run in this partnership.
Well, I'll tell you what, based on how they were feeling in the outfield, if you had gotten a chance to see them in the outfield, predicted to win. If they feel like this in the outfield, they're going to guarantee they're going to run a lot of 3s. In this inning, so it doesn't surprise me a lot of 2s and 3s. They're very fit despite the fact that they are that side of the age.
74 for 2, a flighted delivery played into the extra cover region. So at the end of over number 18, in pursuit of a target of 134, the USA team, Lyndon, it would be safe to say, seemingly large and in charge. Yes,
I'm definitely enjoying the exchanges here. They're definitely in charge of this game against the West Indies, who got up to 126 off their turn at the bat with Brian Johnson top scoring with 58. And it was a good 58, but he didn't have a lot of support. William Lashley chipped in with 17. And good control bowling by Moshin Khan, who picked up 4 for 17. He bowled really well and left the West Indies tottering at 43 for 4. And never really recovered. And hence it has been all USA from the toss. So they won the toss, they dictated the terms in the field, and now they dictate in terms of their run chase.
See some running repairs being done for one of the batsmen. Also one of the West Indies Masters players getting some refreshment as well. Looks like Daniel in the number 69 jersey. So we'll be back to live action soon as Lashley looking to make some adjustments to his field. He has a man at short third man. He has a man at backward point. He's bringing over one of the men from the offside into the onside in that short mid-wicket. It looks like Brian Johnson. And Daniel at backward square. He also has a man at a straight mid-on, a man at long on, and a man at long off. And a man, Chandapal Singh, at deep mid-wicket on the boundary.
So 74 for 2, you say that they're cruising at the moment, Shawnee?
Yeah, definitely in cruise control, Lyndon. With a asking rate of just 2.50 and a current scoring rate of 4.11, they really don't have to do anything silly in this run chase. Flighted delivery there by Lashley, bringing the batsman Kazi forward. Gently comes onto the front foot, plays this delivery back along the track. Lashley in his follow through collects. The score will remain on 74 for 2.
Kazi on 29, Can on 8. Lashley 1 over for 6 runs.
Here's a live flighted delivery. Beating the batsman outside the off stump, taken cleanly by wicket keeper.
And
Sahido.
And
He
Farid.
looked very competent in England.
Both keepers in the game has looked extremely well behind the stumps.
As Lashley on his way. Flighted delivery played into the short extra cover region, where it's fielded by Hussein and no run resulting. We are in over number 19. It's being bowled by William Lashley. Another flighted delivery. There's the batsman coming onto the front foot and playing it back along the track. No run resulting. So some good tight stuff being served up here by Lashley. On his way was another flighted delivery, steered down to short third man. The Daisy is in attendance. No run is a miss. And the score will remain on 74 for 2. Remember, Linden, the victory target is 134. They've got all of 42 overs in which to do so. There's a flighted delivery, a stifled appeal, but clearly coming off the outside portion of the bat onto his pad. So at the end of a very tight over ball by William Lashley, the USA team at the end of over number 19, in pursuit of a target of 134, there are 74 for 2, Linden.
Yes, and before Lashley's over, Hussein, he sent down 3 overs, 1 made and none for 10. Lashley's now completed his 2 overs, having cost him some 10 runs. Kazi, he has 29 from 65 deliveries, and Motion Khan, who took 4 for 17 with his right arm off spin, he has 8 from 20 deliveries, and it's been all the USA. And remember, Brian Johnson top scored with 58 from 107 deliveries, 2 fours, and then the next high score came of 17 from William Lashley. No other batsman reached double figures. Extras 19. I said Motion Khan 4 for 17 to be the best bowler for the USA. And in their turn at the bat, just going to give you the fall of wickets. In the West Indies, in is 1 for 12, 2 for 13, 3 for 18, 4 for 43, 5 for 88, 6 for 110, 7 for 120, 8 for 126 when the rains came with 42.1 overs bowled. You aren't missing any play as the umpires are just having a word with the batsman. And at the moment, all USA on 74 for 2. With 19 overs done and dusted. They have 42 overs to which to get 134 for victory. So, as you were saying, Strong, they're large and in charge.
Well, yes, definitely. It's going to take the West Indies team to get some wickets to claw their way back into this game, as it looks now like Mangali will come into the attack. Rajendra Mangali.
So they can give you some bowling figures before he comes in. Ian Drake, 3 overs, is none for 32. Captain Zamin Amin, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. So he's bowled well.
Mangali starts with a short delivery, hit into the air. Brian Johnson is back tracking from slip and takes the catch. So immediately on his introduction, I was early on here speaking to Wayne Holder about Mangali. I played a bit of cricket with him in Trinidad. He used to bowl a stiff medium pace, get the ball to do a bit on off the surface and through the air. But there he was started with a short delivery and surprised well. So no protection at all, and attempting the pull stroke, the ball coming off the top edge of the bat, and Brian Johnson backtracking from slip did extremely well to get there and in the end take the catch. So the USA team losing their 3rd wicket with the score on 74 for 3. The wicket of Khan caught Brian Johnson off the bowling of the recently introduced Mangali.
Yes, and a good change bowling there and proving successful right away. I think he was surprised by the pace. It was a short delivery and it seemed to have stuffed him. He hadn't quite picked up the pace of the bowler. It was his very first delivery, and Brian Johnson running back to take a good catch. And that caused the demise of Khan, out for 8. 21 deliveries he faced, 74 for the loss of 3, having lost Sunny Singh for 25, 19 deliveries he faced, 2 fours and 1 6. And Fazal Alam caught by Anthony off the bowling of Shadea, off the bowling of Chandapal Singh for 4. Motion Khan moments ago. Motion Khan caught Brian Johnson off the bowling of Rajendra Mandagali for 8. And it is 74 for the loss of 3. And the continuous figures. Chandapal Singh, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 16. Farid Hossain, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. William Lashley, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 maiden, none for 6. And Rajendra Mangley. He's already picked up a wicket with his very first delivery. So West Indies looking to quick back in it. So just gonna try to work out the new batsman is gone.
Sanjiwa, the new batsman, comes into strike, and immediately Mangley this time pitching up the delivery and bringing the batsman onto the front foot. Short delivery, the batsman onto the back foot and attempting a big pull shot. Ball coming off the inside portion of the bat, ricocheting onto his pads, and the fielder from backward square comes in and does the fielding. No run resulting. So 3 dot balls already in this over bowled by Mangley in over number 20. He's on his way, passes the umpire now, bowls a short delivery and slap backward the square.
By Rarasinga. He looked for 2 and he's going to turn and come back for 2. So Sanjeev Rarasinga, the new batsman in, and he's off the mark with 2. Sanjeev Rarasinga. Kazi has 29, 74 for the loss of 3.
As Mangley bowls a delivery to slap through the point region, gone for 1. He'll come back for the second run, but that was a lovely shot, pleasing on the eye. Lyndon short outside the offside. There was the batsman coming forward and then rocking back and having enough time to pierce the offside field into the gap, and 2 more runs to the score.
Yes, excellent transfer of the weight. Transferring the weight on the back foot and opening the back face. Lovely cricket shot. So Sanjeev Rarasinga looking good at the moment.
78 for 3 as Mangley on his way bowls another short delivery. This time he slapped forward the square. They've gone for 1. Christ coming from the pavilion of an easy 2, and so said, so done, as the batsmen have ample time to even walk the second run. So at the end of the 20th over, the end of over number 20, in pursuit of a target of 134, the USA Masters, they are 80 for 3.
Yes, and Sanjeev Rarasinga immediately into his stride, 6 from 5 deliveries. Kazi has been there from the beginning, 29 of 66 deliveries, yet to hit a 4, but has a strike rate of 43.94, whereas Rarasinga has a strike rate of 120. And at the moment, it is all USA at 20 overs, 80 for 3, chasing down a target of 134 when the West Indies made 126 for 8 when the rains came and forced Duckworth-Lewis system into play. And the Malangali, his first over, Mangley's first over scored 6 runs and he picked up 1 wicket. And no doubt William Lashley will continue, but they need to keep taking wickets strong to get back into the game.
Yes, they need to keep picking up wickets at regular intervals if they're ready to claw their way back into this game. As Lashley tosses the ball from hand to hand, bowling in his cap, was a flighty delivery, there's a loud appeal. There was the batsman attempting a sweep shot. And there was the umpire, Prescott, immediately Lyndon shaking his head in the negative. This one clearly missing the leg stump.
One of the things about Prescott is he's very confident in his decisions.
Delivery driven down to long on pleasantly. They've gone for 1. That's all they'll be. Kazi continues, Lyndon, to play this anchor role of this innings, just picking up the 1s and 2s, rotating the strike very well. And the new batsman, he seems to be the more aggressive or ultra aggressive of the 2.
Yes, that's Sanjeev Rarasinga, who's on strike. Kazi moving to 30. He's yet to hit the boundary. But all told, the USA are 81 for the loss of 3 and looking very, very good at the moment.
As Rarasinga comes into strike now to face up to William Lashley for the first time. Let's take you around the field. He has a short third man, a backward point, a fielder in an extra cover, a man in a mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, man forward the square, man back of the square, man on the mid-wicket, and the long on and long off boundaries. Starts with a short delivery and is slapped forward a sphere. Lyndon, and just as I said, a boundary to Rarasinga. Since he came out to the crease, Lyndon, he's been all attack.
And a beautiful cricket shot there, Sean. And noticeably, since he's come to the crease, he's been preferring to play that pull shot. And it was really loosened by Lashley and well put away there by Rarasinga.
Call it a loosen. I would say a
long hop.
A long hop, really. A help yourself delivery,
yes.
Really. Not a lot on offer there. As the score goes up to 85 for 3. A very short delivery with Lashley. Not characteristic of him. He's usually very tight and very economical. Both of the deliveries bringing the batsman forward back to William Lashley mode.
Well, I think this is really want to see. I want to see him bringing Rarasinga onto the front foot. He looks good on the back foot, playing, especially playing that pull shot. So you want to see him get on the front foot and get him to drive the ball.
Lashley, those are the deliveries Batsman is attempting a cut and inside edge, missing the off stump. So living a kind of
A
charm
charm
life,
life,
you say,
yeah,
Linda?
yeah. It's, trying to run it down to third man, but the short third man position, shot not really on. He
Shot
wasn't going to get no value for that.
shot with a lot of future, really. As Lashley on his way, Boza Day Richard bringing the batsman forward, plays into the onside. Ryan Johnson is in attendance. So at the end of over number 21, with Warwa Singer, he's on
30.
10, and Kazi, he's on 30. The USA team, the USA Masters, large and in charge here at Windward in St. Philip. They are 85 for 3 in pursuit of a target of 134. They've got all of 42 overs in which to do so.
Yes, they're going very nicely along, pacing themselves well, and the West Indies team will have to find answers and find them quickly if they're going to get back into this game. Remember, they only mustered 128 for 8 when the rains, 126 for 8, sorry, when the rains came down off 42.1 overs. And the game being reduced to 42 overs. There's some cloud coverage about, but no threat of rain whatsoever. The sun is very much still with us, but fighting to get us away through the cloud coverage that we have here at Windward as they speak. Now comes back in all its glory. And we're a singer, he's looked good on 10, but so they want to see him coming on to playing the ball off the front foot or wrong with the pads or driving the ball rather than just pulling the ball, because he's standing on the back foot and pulling the ball very nicely. Lashley have set down some 3 overs, 1 minute, none for 11. And they need 49 runs from all but 126 deliveries. So at the moment they're sitting pretty with 7 wickets intact.
Well, yes, and it looks like they've gone back to the captain. The captain reintroduces himself into the attack. Before this, starts with a short delivery. Batsman this time not finding the gap. Kazi. 6 overs, 8 runs, 2 maidens, Lennon. So he's been very economical, but he needs to put something now in that right hand column. He's been very, very tight, but he needs to get something in the right hand column and claw his team back into this game. Goes a flighted delivery, brings the batsman forward. Yet again, Lyndon, on our body off stump, just bowling that left hand orthodox spin on our body off stump, looking to spin the ball away from the right handed batter, but clearly not creating a lot of pressure, not introducing that fault stroke.
And we've seen most of the left hand spinners operate from this sudden end between the umpire and the stump all day long.
Just as we speak about a fault stroke, there was the batsman coming tentatively forward and attempting to drive in the offside ball coming off the inside portion of the bat, going into the onside, fielded by the bowler in his follow through, and no run resulting. The score will remain on 85 for 3. We are in the 22nd over of the innings, Lyndon.
Yes, most definitely.
As the captain,
Zamin Amin.
was a delivery which is bringing the batsman forward.
He reminds me a lot of Hussein. He doesn't have a lot in the right hand column, but in the column in front of the right hand,
He's been very
economical.
Well,
but he needs wickets here.
That's not what is required right now in this particular circumstance. He needs to strike and strike quickly. As he's on his way once more, passes the umpire, delivery driven into the extra cover region. Ian Drakes very quickly around. It's only the other day that when I saw the preview for this tournament, it was said that Ian Drakes was a Carifta athlete.
He took a hide in today, 3 overs, none for 32.
He should have run from the bowling. As the captain bowls a delivery outside the off stump, a quicker delivery and well taken again by wicketkeeper Sadio. So a good take by the keeper. I've been very impressed with him. He's done excellent work up to the stumps. In fact, I don't think he's gone off the stumps all day, Lyndon. Your thoughts on the keeper?
Yeah, both keepers have been good. Sagdeo and now Ananta Parak in the first innings for the USA were very, very good up to the stumps. And all in all, I've been very impressed with the level of fitness shown by these masters. Shown, I think for what I've seen, I've seen a different level of masters 50 to what we're accustomed.
So I would ask you
locally.
a question. You think that a lot of preparation would have gone into these?
Most definitely, you can see it from what we're seeing, especially with the USA side. I'm sorry, as I said, if you had seen them in the field, they're very athletic, moving very fluently. Some brilliant catches were taken for their age.
So this
you
is
know?
not the typical after-party Masters tournament.
Not at all. Not at all. Not by any stretch of imagination.
But
I think that's probably why the West Indies team is very much on the back foot at the moment.
So, and it looks like the captain, Lyndon, has gone back to his trump card, the only wicket taker of the innings thus far. In fact, speaking on the correction, Chandapal Singh, he's picked up 2 wickets.
For 16 runs.
16 runs.
I haven't sent no 5 overs. Zaman Amin, he sent on 7 overs, 3 minutes, none for 8. Ian Drix, etc. was none for 32.
So it is Singh. It was a short delivery. And there is the batsman swinging the delivery backward the square. They've gone for one, and this should be a comfortable 2, as Lashley has a lot of work, Lyndon. And when I say a lot of work, there's no stretch of the imagination, nor as I'm exaggerating. He had to cover about 30 yards to his right.
The interesting strong is that he gave up running the last 10. And that had to do with fitness.
As the score goes up to 87 for 3, we're in over number 23. It's being bowled by the leg spinner Chandapal Singh, operating from his preferred end, the northern end of the ground. Operating with a slip, a feel that short third man, a feel that backward point. There's the bowler Singh bowling another flighty delivery, bringing the batsman solidly onto the front foot, opens the face of the bat and steers it into the backward point short third man region, where it looks like Bidesi in attendance and no run resulting. As Singh passes the umpire again, another flighty delivery. The batsman onto the back foot and punching into the offside up to Hussein, who I don't want to use the word sprinting in from cover,
but he found difficulty on the arm in the ball. He went to throw it over and he said in the end to hold it.
So in the end, all's well that ends well. A single to the batsman Veera Singer. He goes up to 13 and it brings back Kazi, who's got 30 into strike. And there is a delivery, a flighty delivery, and there is a man, Kazi, who's been batting as solidly as a rock, Lyndon.
Did it straight to Hussein.
The first shot, basically,
of aggression
from him, and straight to Hussein in at extra cover there. So they've lost their 4th wicket, Lyndon. An olive branch being extended to the West Indies Masters.
Yes, and you will say that Singh has done the job for his side, and he's now picked up 2 for 19 and 2 for 19 to Singh.
He got the first 2 wickets.
He got the first 2. Yeah, you're quite correct there, Stroney. 1 to the Magali, yes, 3 for 19 to Singh, and he batted well under the circumstances, but just give it. So you can hear the round of applause for Kazi. He batted Rafe Kazi batted exceptionally well for his 30-75 deliveries he faced, and a strike rate of 40, as his side is 88 for the loss of 4. And there's a little bit of chill in the air, and there's also some darker clouds that are hovering, so not to bring any bad news, but get the impression strongly that we might be in for a little tickle.
There was a commentator years ago that used to call him the Rain Man. Can you remember him?
Richard the Rainy Man by now?
Is he still around?
Yes, he's still around.
well, we don't need him here at the Windward Ground today, Lyndon, so you don't try to
and he doesn't live far from here as well.
You don't try to copy that man at all. No interruptions, no further interruptions needed. We've got a game now on our hands, because if the West Indies team can get another, let's say another 2 wickets,
it'll be interesting to see what the Duckworth Lewis will be saying if they can get another 2 wickets quickly, because then that skyrockets the asking rate of the side as Satipal Shabra goes to the crease.
Satipal Shabra. Any stats on Mr. Shabra?
I'll have to dig deep. Let's see.
As you look around the field, the West Indies Masters gone on the attack, Lyndon. 2 slips. A man at short third man starts with a wide.
Well,
so a let-off delivery, basically. We're over number 23 with 1 legal delivery remaining at over number 23. The score is 89 for 4. But on the attack now, the West Indies captain. Delivery outside the off stump. Pitching on about the off stump and turning further away. So at the end of over number 23, in pursuit of a target of 134, the USA Masters, they are 89 for 4. Warren Singer, he's on 13, and Shabra yet to open his account.
And I can tell you that he's had 3 matches, 43 runs, and no wickets. An all-rounder, right-handed batter, and a right-arm medium pacer. That's the stats on Satyapal Shabra. So West Indies crawling their way back into it. 88 runs on the board, 4 wickets down and dusted, with Chandapal Singh, the right arm leg spinner, 6 overs, no maidens, 3 for 19. So as it continues to get colder and a little darker, more to the eastern side, so to the southern side is looking fairly okay. Is that dark cloud is hovering ahead of us.
And here at the Wayward Ground, Willing, and any threats of rain usually come from the southeastern side of the
Correct,
ground.
correct.
And that area looks fairly
Okay.
clear, okay, thus far, as the captain comes back into the attack again. And yet again, Lyndon, if there's one thing that you can say about this captain, he's been definitely spot on with his line of length. He's given nothing away, really.
And what's impressive is that he's forcing the batsman to play every delivery.
Every delivery.
I like
Asking
I like bowlers who ask questions.
So he's on his way, wants more, passes the umpire again, yet again, brings the batsman forward, bat and pad close together, plays it into the offside where Mangali does the fielding in at the cover point region. I like the look of this offside fielder slip. There's a man at short third man, there's a man at backward point, there's a man at cover point, there's a man in at extra cover. Short delivery, short, wayward delivery, and this one is hammered into the offside. They've gone for one, they've gone for two, and this will run into the boundary Linden yard. So just as soon, we've just put the commentator's curse again on Captain
Zaman Amin.
putting some pressure on Zaman. As soon as we were giving him credit and kudos for the way he was bowling, he comes up with a very short rank delivery and given the full treatment, slapped into the boundary as the score goes up to 93. 93 for 4 in over number 24.
Yes, a 4 long hop asking to be hit, and Rora Singer will eat that every single day as outside gets a little darker and it gets a little more windier and colder.
Flighted delivery, well bowled by the captain from behind the stumps, Lyndon, using all his guile and experience.
Tricks and guile comes into it, trying to make up for a bad delivery. I wouldn't be harsh on him because that's his first bad delivery sent out all day.
A strong breeze blowing the wind, skirting it around the ground, Lyndon. It starts with a full. We'll wait for the signal comes from the umpire.
No ball.
No ball called by the umpire, and at least some 60 players from the USA team as well.
So
93.
94.
94 for 4 in over number 24.
And the free hit
Comes up. A full delivery. Clearly in search of a wicket now, Lyndon. There you can see the captain trying a couple things.
Yeah, I think he's lost his plot last 2 or 3 deliveries. Since that bad delivery, he bowled a delivery from way behind the stump, which was decently bowled, and then he came closer to the popping crease and fired delivery in that was high and gave away the extra with a no ball at that.
94 for 4 with a free hit coming up. There's the batsman bowled by a free hit, and unlike that India game, this ball didn't run down to the boundary, so the batsman could have gotten some bice.
And interesting, as we were saying earlier, Sean, I want to see Rora Singer driving the ball, and he just played all over for a foolish delivery that hit the stump.
Most of the shots he would have played would have been off.
He's strong on the pull shot.
On the pull and cut shot.
Yeah. So let's see if Amin can get it right now.
So there he was escaping without anything for the free hit. So that's good.
Yes. We see how he follows that up now. If he can finish strong. 7.5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 13. So even with this bad over, he's only gone for 13.
On his way, passes the umpire, flighted delivery outside the All-Star Island. He's definitely lost.
He's definitely lost the plot. He's trying everything. I think he just needs to go back to the basic and finish the over. The over strong.
Probably trying to find a scalp for his team and putting too much pressure on himself, Lyndon. So he needs to go back to what he's done well all day, and that is bowl tight and consistently.
Yes, and I suspect this would be very much his last over as well. Having set no 8, there's only 42 overs available.
So definitely
his last over. So he's looking to pick a cherry. 7.53, 13-0. And Rora Singer sweeps it down to the fine leg position for 2. That carries a score of the 96.
At the end of over number 24, the end of over number 24, in pursuit of a target of 134, they require a further 38 runs, Lyndon Yard. They've got lots and lots of overs in which to do so.
Yes, and they're going nicely along. They're just pacing themselves, and the fact that Captain Zaman Amin is out of the attack, it means that a change ball will have to come from the southern end, and we will see if Lashley will continue, or if they will actually Shanda Paul Singh will continue from the northern end, with a total on some 95 and 24 overs done and dusted. Remember, they have 42 overs to get to the target of 134 for victory. And Shabro, we're yet to see what he's made of, and we'll see how he goes.
As Chandapal Singh will continue the attack from the northern end. Starts with a flighted delivery, which is bringing the batsman tentatively or gingerly forward. Punches it into the onside straight to the man Mangali in a short mid-wicket. No run resulting. 97 for 4 as Singh flighted delivery. There's the batsman going back and turning into the onside. Pleasantly played. Gets an easy single forward the square. A lot of vacant real estate backward the square there, Lyndon.
Very good, sensible cricket.
One more to the score. Score inching closer and closer to that 100. 98 for 4 when over number 25 is being bowled by the leg spin of Chandapal Singh. Before this 3 overs for 19 runs, 3 wickets as well. 3 wickets, which is very, very important. He needs to get some wickets, some more wickets for his team to claw their way back into this contest.
Just in that.
Full delivery, driven pleasantly down to long on. Ian Drakes comes off the long on boundary, does the tidying up. The return is already on its way, restricting the batsman to 1 as they inch closer to the 100. 99 for 4, Lyndon. 99 for 4.
And I can tell you at BNOC in that fixture game between Canada and West Indies A, Canada 97 all out, West Indies A 47 for loss of 1.
Short delivery outside the off stump, bit of bounce, a bit of turn, well taken by the keeper.
And they need 51 from 11.5 overs with 9 wickets intact. So West Indies A doing much better than West Indies.
There's a delivery which is bringing the batsman forward. Mangali quickly up round to his left. Does the cleaning up in the mid-wicket region. No run resulting. The score will remain on 99 for 4 in the course of the 25th over of the innings. In fact, the final delivery of the 25th innings, a short delivery which is swung into the mid-wicket region. They've gone for 1. They'll hustle for the second run. The return is on its way. It's a good one by Lashley, but well backed up in the end by, it looks like, Hussein. So at the end of the 25th over, the 100 being brought up, Lyndon, the 100 being brought up by the USA Masters team. They are 101 for 4 in pursuit of a target of 134. So that would mathematically tell you that they require a further 33 runs, and they have lots and lots of overs in which to do so.
And they're firmly in the driver's seat at the moment to win this game. I can tell you in the other Zone A fixture, this is also part of Zone A, India 119 for 8 of 20 overs, set a target of a revised target of 119 of 26 overs. I can tell you that Wales, they are 53 for 1, so India also under the gun as well.
So it looks like there's going to be a bit of an upset down there. India usually come into most tournaments as favorites.
Maybe it's a case that they find it hard as they found it at Perth the other day.
Yeah, maybe.
And a bouncy trap.
Here in the Caribbean. So if Mangali coming back into the attack, and Shabra, he's on 3, and Warasinga, he's on 20.
33 from 17 overs.
Warasinga, he's on strike, and I think the important wicket now in this contest would be his, as Mangali passes the umpire, bowls the delivery, a short delivery yet again. Linda, you've been speaking all day about his execution of the
short ball. Just need to get him driving. Want to see him driving. You have a whitish cover. He's in the strangest position. Not so sure. I haven't seen him play a lofted cover drive or extra cover drive.
There's a short delivery. Here's the batsman attempting to steer into the short third man region. A bit of inward movement by Mangali. Tucked the batsman up, and he was able to push it into the offside. No run resulting. The score remained on 101 when over number 26 is being bowled by Rajendra Mangali. A short delivery again and swung forward the square. This should run fairly close to the boundary. They've already gone for 1. They've completed 2. They're thinking about the third, and will get it quite easily as Hussein on the hands.
Whips it down on the arm. Off the boundary.
And the batsman ample time to complete 3 runs. And they score up to 104. 104 for 4. Wirasinga, he goes up to 23. And it brings Shabra now, he's on 30 into strike.
So clearly that underarm flick has everything to do with age.
Definitely.
Because he flicked it from the boundary.
$104 for 4. Over number 26. Mangley from the sovereign end. Something not quite right with his delivery straight. Aborts his run. He's operating with a slip. Brian Johnson in a, what do you call that, slip or slip?
Almost second slip than anything else. He's whitish. Chobra.
Chobra looks very, very compact.
I think what I like about him, he seems to know his role, which is just to hold an end.
We were
singing, do all the scoring. Yeah.
All
he looks solid in defense.
As Mangley, flighted delivery, a slower delivery from the back of the hand. He's a bike full of tricks, you know, Rajinder Mangley.
Well, he needed one of those tricks to be a wicket-taking trick. As it's extremely chilly here, our score, she's really having an on-field day. It's biting up here.
Short delivery.
No sunshine.
Pleasantly by Chopra into the offside, Lyndon. And keeps the strike as well, because that's the final delivery in over number 26. So at the end of 26 overs, the USA team, Chopra, he's on 3. With him is Weerasinghe. He's got 23. And in pursuit of a target of 134, I can tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, that there are 105 for 4 at the end of over number 26.
So they go in nicely, and they were given a rousing start by Sunny Singh, who took a liking to Ian Dritz. I think he took 16 out his third over, and that set the tone for the USA innings. And they continued nicely along, and they are enjoying the exchanges here. They're in firm control of this game, and the sun comes back with us, and that's a good sign.
Usually a good sign.
It doesn't ease the wind.
It looks like a lot like Hussein getting a shift. In fact, yes.
Farid Hussein.
In the number 54 jersey.
Yep. 54.
He started at the sovereign end, and now he's been asked to do a job from the northern end.
Well, his job is simple. The assignment is simple. He needs wickets, and he needs them at a cheap price. Needs them cheaper than the price of fish.
A further 29 runs required, Lyndon.
16 overs or 96 deliveries, 6 wickets.
There's a delivery. Brings the batsman Chobra forward. He's on 3. And actually, he's on 4. And with him at the non-strikers end is Weerasinghe, who's been ultra aggressive. He's on 24.
Almost a run the ball. 23 from 24 deliveries.
As goes a short delivery, Hussein punch straight to the man at point in Bidesi. I don't know if you know a lot about Bidesi, but I think he used to bowl a bit of a left arm spin as well.
Okay. All USA at the moment.
As Hussein passes the umpire, now delivers. Chobra's back and cuts out a delivery outside the arse stump. Luckily for him, he didn't make contact.
So Hussein, a lot more flighty, a lot more faster through the air than Singh.
Yes, definitely so.
Same leg spin variety, but a lot more quicker through the air.
Short delivery, fielded by the captain. The batsman have enough time as that delivery was punched into the offside off the back foot by Chobra. He should go up to 5, and he score up by 1 more to 106. 106 for 4 as Hussein on his way into bowl to the batsman. Weerasinghe steering the delivery pleasantly into the short third man region. They've gone for 1 and they've settled for that one quite early in the piece, as the man from slip looks like Daniel had to do a lot of backtracking. So 1 more to the score, 1 more to Weerasinghe. He should go up to 24, and they score up by 1 more to 107. 107 for 4 in the 27th over of the innings. Remember, they have all of 42 overs in which to get up to a target of 134. There's a delivery, flighted, a bit of bounce, a bit of turn, a bit of purchase off the surface, Lyndon, and taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper. So at the end of over number 27, in pursuit of a target of 134 for victory, the USA Masters with Weerasinghe on 24 and Chobra on 5, 107 for 4, Lyndon.
And I like your choice of N words there, purchase. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to purchase a wicket, and that's what he needed to purchase if West Indies are getting it.
yes, they need wickets and they need them quickly, but yet again, the captain ringing more changes. He's now asking Chandapal Singh to have a go from the southern end. So he switched around his bowlers and he's trying things.
Desperate try to
if
wicket.
there's one thing you can say,
He tried.
He's tried all things.
I think one of the key players missing in the side would have been Anthony Morris, who's carrying an injury. And usually he's somewhat like Hussein, very tight, usually very economical, but he can get 3 or 4 wickets for you, and that's what they need.
Usually a banker.
Yeah. So they'll have some work to do, or else they might find themselves playing in the Caribbean Cup plate, which will see teams 5 to 8 and teams 1 to 4 will play the semi-finals.
As short delivery, and there is a batsman. Veera Singh swinging it, and into the boundary it goes, Lyndon. A poor bit of work by the man there coming on at the mid-wicket boundary. It looks like Hussein. He got there and he tried to do a bit of footwork. I don't think he would have played for the Soca Warriors at all, Lyndon. I don't think he would have been selected. And evading them into the mid-wicket boundary. So 4 more to the score, 4 more to Veera Singh, and the score up to
111.
111. Veera Singh up to 28. He's faced some 26 deliveries. He struck 3 4s. He's yet to hit a 6.
And
Singh, flighty delivery. This one is driven sweetly over extra cover. 1 bounce, 2 bounces and a roll into the extra cover boundary, Lyndon. So Veera Singh continues to go about his merry way, Lyndon. Another boundary to him. That should be his 4th boundary as he quickly goes up to 32. 32 off 27 deliveries, 4 boundaries struck already.
beautiful bat. Instead of want to see him driving, but it was a gift really. They tossed up by Chandapal Singh and he drove it over the extra cover region, which is vacant, the cover region, to the boundary for a good cricket shot, but it seems as though Singh is looking to buy a wicket now rather than looking to bowl for a wicket.
115 for 4 in over number 28. Veera Singh hustles into the 30s. He's on 32. Batting quite well, Lyndon. Looks ultra aggressive as Singh into bolt him again. Gets a short delivery. So he also just stifle appeal. Not out, says the umpire, Lyndon. Appeal more in hope.
I think the most he would have gotten there was out because the fielding slip is waiting for it. So it's a nothing shot really he's playing. He just stroked the ball lovely over cover. Why play that shot?
Passes the umpire. Another flight to the delivery. Batsman coming down the trick when he gets there. Realizes he's not to the pitch of the ball.
Sees the captain in the position because it was a delivery that he struck in the same position 2 deliveries prior.
And there's the captain, Amin, coming down exactly in that same position. Short delivery, so the all-stump cut to the left of the man at backward point. They've gone for 1. It looks like Hussein in attendance. He returned. In fact, he decides not to throw. So we blame Hussein wrongfully for that bad bit of feeling, Lyndon. I must apologize on air because the mistake was made on air. So it definitely wasn't Hussein on the mid-wicket boundary. I'll get that feeling for it. I think it might be Daniel as
With his 69 in his bat.
Singh on his way into
57.
bowler, flighted delivery, which is driven back to the bowler. So at the end of a very expensive over, 117 for 4 at the end of over number 28. The USA team, they require a further 17 runs for victory, Lyndon. And if you were a betting man at this stage, I think all of your money, local or US currency, would be on the USA team.
Most definitely. You take everything out of the bank and invest it, you will get good returns. Because they've done it in grand style at the moment, 117, just requiring another 16 runs for victory, and they have all but another 14 overs available. So there's a lot of overs, and the rain will be no threat whatsoever, no problem whatsoever. And they've totally outplayed the West Indies in every department, I would say. And the umpire is just trying to check with the USA side to make sure that the scores are.
So even the umpires, Lyndon, seem to be very, very professional in this tournament.
Right on
there was
right.
an umpire coming all the way down to the boundary's edge to ensure that the scores are correct. This is a very professional indeed, Lyndon.
Yeah, you have to give full credit to this big man tournament. It's been extremely well organized, well run, well executed thus far.
Hussein on his way, flighted delivery, ball into
Chabra,
the more defensive of the two players. Defensive yet extremely solid.
understands his role. 117 for 4. 34 is Rarasinga. Chabra on 5.
Hussein Balls of delivery. The batsman is steering into the short third man region. Where it looks like Bidesi.
He wants an impossible single. At his,
Attendance.
at this age, maybe 20 years ago, he could have run that. Challenge the fielder. But
As Hussein passes umpire Prescott, balls a short delivery. The batsman is punching into the point region and gets an easy single in the end. An easy single. So one more to the score, one more to Chopra, doing the right thing, rotating the strike and turning the strike over to Weerasinghe.
fielded there by Narang Badeshi. 118. And
Short delivery. There was the batsman having a cut at it. Bit of bounce generated again off the surface by Hussein. Well taken by keeper Sahadio. He's done excellent service behind the stumps. As Hussein bowls a flighty delivery. There was the batsman attempted to turn. It's down the leg side. Not taken cleanly this time by the keeper. And the batsmen have already made up their mind to settle for one. I'll wait for the signal from the umpire if there's any forthcoming.
Leg by.
Leg by signal by umpire to remain Prescott. So one more extra goes into the extras column and one more run goes into the scorebook. It is 119. 119 for 4. We're in over, well, almost the end of over number 29 with one legal delivery remaining. As Hussein bowls a short delivery and Weerasinghe is cutting. Chobra cutting. Punches into the offside. So at the end of over number 29, in pursuit of a target of 134, the USA large and in charge of this run chase Linden Yard.
yes, and it's just a matter of time before the end, which is very much near, is accomplished.
So it's some Elton John time.
Yep. So all USA from the toss, play got going, I think just around 11:15. 10:15, I beg your pardon, play got going. We opted to try for the 45 overs, then a shower came after 42.1 overs where the West Indies had a mass 126 for 8, and that forced the players into an early lunch and brought Duckworth Lewis Stein into the equation, and the target of 134 has been set off 42 overs. So interesting how Duckworth Lewis works, John. You score 126, but then you're asked to get 7 more runs from one delivery less.
It's a lot to do with the resources in the bag and the resources that were used up. It's a bit of, I try to understand it, and it's worked thus far. You've been able to get results in cricket matches thus far. So anything that works, Lyndon, I tend to usually agree with.
It is to get a favorable result. What about the game predictor? We've been trying to work out how does the game predictor arrive at the fact that the team is going to win by 80% or 60%. And when you look, if you have
Circumstance and conditions.
if you have
Lot to do with
if you have
circumstance and
pointing Tendulkar and say Lara at the top, then you have McGrath and Rosa Watch at the bottom. How do you get it? How can you predict
Again, Lyndon, like you said, circumstances and situations.
Lashley's back.
Is back. And there's a delivery. The batsman is coming on to the front foot. Looks like Weerasinghe.
So you know that Lara Pointing and Tendulkar are going to get you a strike rate of maybe almost 200. But once they're gone, how are you going to maintain that 200?
Here's a sweep. It's pleasantly off his stumps. They've gone for one. They'll come play for the second. The return on its way as it runs into the boundary. Now the fielder coming around from mid-wicket has already given up the chase, Lyndon. And that is a lovely shot by Weerasinghe, taking this delivery off the stumps and sweeping it off more line than length. And another boundary to him, Lyndon. His 5th boundary as he goes up to 38, and they score up to 123. 123 for 4. We're in over number 30, the 30th over of the innings as Lashley bowls a delivery. The batsman back and across his stumps. Short on delivery by Lashley this time. No run resulting. Lashley, bit uncharacteristically, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15 yet to pick up a wicket. There's a delivery this time not taken cleanly by the keeper. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. Signal by the umpire, and rightly so as well. 124 now we make it 124 for 4, Lyndon. So that would tell you that there are just 10 runs now away from victory, the USA team. And in this tournament, they might need to run rate, so you never know, they might need to do this quickly.
Yes. It will sit well for them, not for the West Indies.
Another quick single by your man Chobra. just coming on to the front for the turn and delivery into the onside, and a quick response from Weera Singer, who's keen to get back on strike, Lyndon. 125 for 4 with one legal delivery remaining in 30th over of the innings. 125 for 4 with 9 runs required for victory as Lashley on his way into both the Weera Singer, who's cutting, punching the delivery into the offside. They've gone for 1. Will they think about the second? No, the return already on its way. So at the end of the 30th over, with Weera Singer going up to 39, his partner Chhabra is on 7, and in pursuit of 134 for victory, the USA Masters team, they're 126 for 4 here at the Windward Ground.
Well, they're in total control, and as I said earlier, they've dominated from the inception of every facet of the game, running between the wickets, running in the outfield, taking catches. Their fielding has been good. Their bowling has been spot on, very, very at the stumps, asking questions. The lines and length have been fantastic, and really and truly they have come out and really outshone the West Indies side on a dull day where the sun struggled to come through and only peeked through at intervals. Well, a cloudy day, you say it's been a cloudy performance by West Indies.
Well, you said it's a cloudy performance by the West Indies, but just remember there was a guy by the name of Sunny Singh opening the batting, and he was very, very enterprising and entertaining indeed, and he took a liking to one guy by the name of Drakes, hitting him for some 16 runs in one over. From then, the floodgates basically were open.
Took on the right arm, left arm fast bowler. So, pretty much down the home stretch. Ronnie, go.
As Hussein was delivered outside the off stump, which is punched straight to the man there at point. No run resulting. So with a further 8 runs required, Lyndon, and lots of deliveries in which to do so, you can safely say that the USA Masters should come up with a W. A short delivery. Swung back to the square, gone for 1. Chandapal Singh still not giving up the fight, hustles after it.
You know what is interesting, Sean, is that even in Masters cricket, the spectators and the players in the pavilion are always willing to shout 2, despite the fact that the age barrier. 2 is 2, doesn't matter what age you are.
126. 127, correction.
Yeah, 27.
127 for 4. With 7 more runs required for victory. A delivery which got the batsman in a bit of a tangle. Chhabra. And the keeper from behind the stumps did the tidying up. The ball is back with the bowler. Hussein on his way. Flighty delivery. Brings the batsman forward looking for a non-existent single, rightly sent back by his senior partner in Weera Singer at the non-striker's end.
I think it was well played there, Shawnee, because he didn't get forward, but he watched the ball directly onto the back of the leg break, turned across, and he was able to make the adjustment later on. Maybe that one was bowling 10 meters from the popping crease.
Hussein was a flighty delivery. There's the batsman on the track when he gets their drives, and a good bit of work by Hussein diving away to his left, Lyndon. So still a bit of fight in this West Indies side, Lyndon.
Yeah, some
not
players
lying down and just giving it away.
Some players committed to the end, and there was the bowler Hussein giving it his all.
So Hussein passes umpire Prescott once more. Bowls a flighty delivery, which is punched into the cover region. They've gone for 1. The return is on the way. They'll get it quite easily in the single, that is. So at the end of over number 31, with a required target of 134, I can tell you that the USA Masters team, they are 128 for 4, Lyndon, and this is really as you would say in horse racing terms, there are no more turns.
There's no more turns. So much so that the dark clouds has left us, giving way to white puffy clouds. That chilly breeze has somewhat abated, and the sun is still struggling with the clouds behind and has come back onto the ground where the shadows of the pavilion begin to lengthen, as well as the tennis court, the adjacent tennis court to the left of the pavilion. But all in all, a good day for cricket and a good day for the USA, who are about to.
And would it be fair to say, Lyndon, a good day for the organizers too as well in the opening round of these games?
Yes, a fantastic start to this tournament. They would have lost the first 1 of 4 games. That is the game that was scheduled to be played at the Wanderers ground. That game was rained off.
As Lashley William comes into the attack, bowls a delivery, the batsman is driving down to long off, where Chandapal Singh is in attendance, and they score up by 1 more to 129. So a further 5 runs required, 129. Weera Singer is on 40. Chhabra is on 9 as a delivery which is driven into the onside. They've gone for 1 by Weera Singer. Ambles a single. takes the score up to 130. 130 for 4. 130 for 4. 4 runs required. We're in over number 31. Remember, they had all of 42 overs in which to get up to this target. Just 4 runs required as Lashley bowls a fly to delivery, which is driven into the offside by Chobra. Fielded by the captain, Amin. No run resulting. We're in over number 31. Remember, they started with 42 overs at their disposal, and they've only used up 31 of them, Lyndon. As Lashley on his way into bowl to Chobra. Chobra is punching into the offside. Gets an easy single, Lyndon. Doing it in style and in grace, and extremely easy.
And I can tell you, over at BNOC, West Indies here are doing it in style. They're 75 for 2 off 18.3 overs. They're chasing down a target of 98 for victory, so they require 23 runs from 45 deliveries with 8 wickets intact. So, seems though West Indies here are heading for victory.
So at least some good news coming out of one West Indies camp, with the score on 131, and looks like Lashley on his way into bowl to the batsman who's getting the delivery, steering it into the short third man or backward point region. Yet again, he doesn't score. So at the end of over number 31, actually the end of over number 32, at the end of over number 32, in pursuit of a victory target of 134, the USA Masters, who've already started to take the victory photos, there are 131 for 4 here at the Windward Ground in St. Philip.
Well, no victory photos at the moment at Weymouth, where India are entertaining Wales. The game is interestingly positioned. India, 119 for 8 of 20 overs. Wales, they are 70 for 4 of 13.5 overs. So they require 49 runs from 73 deliveries with 6 wickets intact. And that game is very interestingly positioned at the other zone fixture. India, 119 for 8. Wales, 70 for 4 at Weymouth. So West Indies here looking good. Yeah, West Indies here looking good at BNOC. And interesting to call it at Weymouth between India and Wales.
Hussein on his way into board of the batsman who's driving a delivery down to long on. They've gone for one. They're thinking about the second and they will complete it quite easily. Good bit of running by this pair, and if there's one thing that we can say about all of the USA batters winning, they have run well between the wickets. They've turned the ones into twos, and sometimes they've even turned the twos into threes as they score up to 133, Lyndon. So with 1 run required for victory, with 1 run required for victory, 1 run required for victory. The umpires just had another consultation to ensure that everything is all right and everything is in order. But the reality is that the USA team, they're just 1 run away from victory, as Hussein bowls a fly to delivery, which is driven. And that should be victory, Lyndon. Victory for the USA team. Quickly, they'll endeavor to run through the scores. The not-out batsman, Veerasinga, he's on 41. And with him, Chobra, a well-played and valuable 13 runs, made awesome 28 deliveries. He then struck a boundary, Lyndon, but he kept the partnership going. He kept turning over the strike. And Veerasinga, the more dominant of the two, shepherded and guided his team to a comfortable 6-wicket victory here at the Windward Ground, Lyndon.
Yes, a very comprehensive victory for the USA side. Congratulations to them. West Indies will have to come back and come back hard. And Sanjeev Veerasinga, 41 from 43 deliveries with 5 fours, a strike rate of 95.35 in guiding his team to this victory. But they got a start at the top from Sunny Singh, who quickly raced to 25, 2 fours and 1 6 off 19 deliveries. And at the top of the order, his opening partner, Rafi Kazi, he made 30 from 75 deliveries to set the tone for a comprehensive victory here for the US side against the West Indies side. And if we just go from the top, Kazi, he got 30. Sunny Singh got 25. Fazal Alam, he got 4. Motion Khan, he made 8. Sanjeev Veerasinga, he made 41 not out. Satipal Chhabra, he made 13 not out, faced some 28 deliveries, 13 extras, 3 byes, 1 leg by, 7 wides and 2 no balls, a total of 134 of some 32.3 overs of available 42 overs. So very comprehensive win for them indeed. Bowling for the West Indies, Ian Drake, throws numbers none for 32. Captain Zahim Amin, 8 overs, 3 minutes done for 16. Very, very tight. Chandapal Singh, 8 overs, no minutes, 3 for 34. 8 overs, no minutes, 3 for 34. Farid Hossein, 6.2 overs, 1 minute, none for 18. 6.2 overs, no minutes, none for 18. And William Lashley, he sent down some 5 overs, 1 minute, none for 20. And Rajendra Mangali, 2 overs, no middles, none for 10. So very comprehensive victory there for the USA, and they would have had the better of these exchanges here against the West Indies side, who were asked to bat first after the US won the toss and decided that they will field first. So it was a good decision in the end, and it proved the correct decision. And in the end, congratulations to the comprehensive victory to the USA. When play got going, I can tell you that it all got started with Brian Johnson. The West Indies found themselves in serious trouble at 43 for 4 when they lost the wicket of the first 4 wickets cheaply, and they never recovered, having lost Mirage for 5, Sadio for 3. Bidishi, without scoring, Johnson made 58 not out, the top score of the day. 107 deliveries, 2 fours in his knock of 58 not out, 54.21 his strike rate. Sahadio made 7. William Lashley got 17. Mangali, he contributed 8. Drakes made 4. Amin, the captain, made 5. And then in the end, Hossein no score. And I can tell you that the bowling was led by Motion Khan, who picked up 4 for 17 off 7 overs with 3 maidens. The captain of the successful side, the USA side, and is with none other. This is Anante Parak. He's with Kirk Strawn.
So I have with me here Mr. Anthony Parak, the captain of the victorious USA Masters team. And firstly, Mr. Parak, congratulations on your victory here. Welcome to Barbados, and congratulations on your victory here at the Windward Ground.
Thank you very much. This is fantastic. Obviously, we've had a little bit of rain, and the groundsman did a fantastic job to get the game in. So, love everything, love the hospitality, and obviously, it's fun to win.
Well, obviously, it's fun to win. You came here today. You won the toss. A bit of uncertain conditions and new conditions for you. What would have influenced that decision?
Yeah, again, obviously, we've not played in Barbados before, none of us, so we were not sure what the wicket would offer us. We were confident of our bowling and fielding, so that probably is the best part of our team, so we want to put that first up.
Well, you won the toss, elected to bowl first, and it both worked out greatly for you. And one of the things my fellow commentators were telling me was the amount of work you guys did in the field. I just want to know a bit about your preparation. Tell me a bit about your preparation for this tournament.
So, this actually goes back a year when we toured England, and that is a side that we wanted to match up to, because when we toured England, our fielding, our fitness was nowhere close to that team. So when we came back, we kind of made it, our agenda to get fitter and to improve our fielding to be able to compete with these teams around the world. So that's what we've been working on. We've given, and everybody's kind of bought into it. And one of the great things with Masters is, yes, we love to play cricket, but it gets us to, motivates us to get fitter. And I think that's a great thing for Masters.
Well, and finally, how long have it taken you to put this team together?
We've had a few tournaments. So probably our organization has been in existence for only about 18 months. But specifically this team, it's been about 6 months.
Well, for a team put together for 6 months, you've done well, and congratulations on your team, and we wish you well in your future games.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Parak.
And that brings us to the end of today's production. And scores in summary: West Indies asked to bat first 126 for 8 or 42.1 overs. Set a revised target of 134 for victory. The USA, they reach 134 for 4 of 32.2 overs. That's it from our entire team here of Flash Drive Media and Anything Cricket. Until goodbye.